Steve, you want to close out closed session?
There's no reportable action.
All right, great, thank you. All right, let's get started. If anyone wishes to address the city council on any item considered at this meeting before or during the council's consideration of that item, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby. City council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for each agenda item. Staff reports are available online at the city's website, cityofreading.gov, and in the public view binder located on the podium, the north side of the chambers. All right, let's do the pledge.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Debbie?
Good evening. Would you please bow your heads and join me in a word of prayer? Father, during this busy time of year in preparing to celebrate the season, we thank each and every one present here tonight for the gift of their time. We appreciate their active participation in making our community a safe one in which to live, work, and play. Thank you for bringing them here safely, and we ask for continued safety upon their return home. For those serving in the military and unable to be with their loved ones for the holidays, we wish to express our sincerest appreciation for the tasks with which they have been assigned. Keep them safe, out of harm's way, and grant a peace beyond all understanding to their families here at home. We extend our thankfulness to those here in our community serving in public safety, law enforcement, fire protection, emergency services, and dispatchers who have become accustomed to working holidays and celebrating as their schedule sees fit. May we extend to others that which we have been blessed. In all things we give you the glory and the honor. It is in the name of your precious Son that we pray. Amen.
Roll call, Ms. Shar.
Councilmember Audette,
Here.
Dr. Danuka,
Present.
Lata,
Here.
Resner,
Present.
and Mayor Munz.
Here. Well, we're going to start off with 1D, City Council reorganization. Selection of the City of Reading Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, 1 year, December 2 to December 1, 26.
We're all going to jump at once.
Sorry, what?
Oh, we're working on 1D, selection of the new mayor.
Do you want to give some background to the community about what we do?
Sure. Every year, at the first meeting in December, we pick a new mayor, and 5 of us vote. It's not a public vote, it's just the 5 of us. So that's what we're going to be doing here shortly. Anybody have any thoughts?
Thoughts?
Yeah,
You want us to make motions?
sure, go ahead. We could just leave it the same.
You could.
We could do that.
You could. I feel like the last year has been difficult, and there has been quite erosion of public trust. And so I am going to reiterate the same thing motion I made at the beginning of this year as far as how I think we should set up our mayor, vice mayor, and mayor pro tem, and that is by the vote of the people. And so if I go back to the vote of the people and who the people said that by their vote count of who the people have confidence in, then I would say that the order should be Dr. Danuka, Aaron Resner, and Mike Lata in that order, because that is the order of the votes that they got. And traditionally, that's really how it's been set up. We obviously had someone that resigned, and so things escalated up. And so having 3 new people, that goes in that line. So,
But they weren't voting for him for mayor, they were just voting for him to be on the council.
correct. So what I'm saying is, I think since we've had such a disconnect from the public, it's probably best that we start prioritizing the choices of the public. And as we try to rebuild and reestablish that trust through the year, I think that the public has said that they have a preponderance of confidence in Dr. Danuka. He overwhelmingly got, I think, almost 22,000 votes, well more than everyone else. And so I think that would be my preference. I made that same motion last year, and so I'm just going to stick with that. I think that would be the best order for this year. So yeah, that's my rationale.
Anybody else?
I can see why Councilmember, like she said, it is the same motion, I believe, that she made before. As someone who sat on council before when we skipped someone out of rotation, for the public's benefit, there have been lots of times and lots of reasons why we have skipped various different people in rotation. However, the last time that I was on council and someone was skipped, it had to do with a lack of trust amongst this group, because as Mayor Munns said, it is this group that is picking essentially who it is that we would like to be mayor, vice mayor, and mayor pro tem. So I think that my hesitation in seconding that motion, right off the bat at least, is that I don't have a lack of trust or feel that there's any reason why in our current rotation that Councilmember or Vice Mayor Lataw couldn't do the mayor position. And so my only thing to consider or to say I have a reservation about has to do with just that I've been here before, and the reason had to do with lack of trust amongst the entire council. And so I just want to communicate that I don't have a lack of trust in my personal experience.
Can I also just say, I think the reason why Dr. Danuka was not the vice mayor this year was because he turned down that nomination. So
Yeah.
it wasn't, I don't want to be negative. I just affirmatively would like
Yeah.
to go back to getting it in that order to establish, yes, we do need to all trust each other. There are issues, obviously. But that, to me, the trust with the public is the most important part. And that's sort of the focus I'd like to have. But also, Dr. Danuka, is this a role now, having had a year, if I had done that again, if I had nominated you last year, knowing what you know now, would you have said yes instead of saying no? Like in hindsight?
Well, hindsight is always 2020.
Right,
I want to just look forward.
Totally.
You know, I would like to hear everybody's thoughts.
Yep.
You know, I appreciate what Aaron is saying. I would like to know what Jack and what Mike thinks. So, but there is, I can tell you that whosoever does this job is in a heap of a trouble. So, whatever is going to happen in our city right now, we are on a kind of a crossroads. Whosoever is the mayor will have to navigate the ship very carefully, cautiously. And it's not going to be easy for any one of us to do it. And I think whatever the council decides, I'm going to respect that and honor that. I'll be ready and willing, but I would like to know what Mike, as Aaron put already, he is a vice mayor right now, so I will defer to the council, whatever you decide.
Go ahead.
Sure, I'll speak. So I just look back to when we were running, I remember a question that we got early on at many of the forums, and people asked you and I directly, what would we do with the mayor, whether when we select someone, and we both actually said we just respect the process. We understand the rotation, and I do agree, unless there's reasons why somebody really, really shouldn't take that position, then that's how you use your vote to say no. But you know, I'm confident in my abilities. I think I am up for next rotation. I think I would do a pretty good job. But from my perspective, I don't think I've done anything this year to really anger the community or anger the council itself. And again, I'm confident in my abilities to be able to lead, so.
Well, I think there are challenges for Paul. Paul is a wonderful, probably the biggest heart in this room. I'm just not sure that you're ready to take the ship over these heavy waves, for what it's worth. There's just I could say more, but I'll choose not to. We can talk.
I am going to actually piggyback on what Councilmember Danuka said in terms of what we have lying ahead of us is a really clunky, potentially painful, no, it will be painful, process. And I don't want to communicate I don't want to communicate any longer from any of us that the five of us up here that there's a reason not to trust any of us. I would like us to move forward in unison as frequently as we can, and to hear each other out and all of those sort of things. And I don't want to communicate to the public that there's any reason or any turmoil amongst us or any of those sort of things, because I think that what we are facing budget-wise is going to require us to have the same priorities and speak highly of each other and be respectful. And not that that doesn't happen regularly, but I think that that's going to be of the utmost importance. And I want to continue to make sure that we are communicating to the public that this is a body that respects each other and that we respect that order, unless there's some reason why somebody cannot be trusted, at least amongst the five of us, that we have some sort of like legal concerns. I'll make a motion that we follow our current trajectory and rotation of Councilmember Latah as mayor. It feels weird to say myself as vice mayor. Feels really awkward. And Councilmember Danuka, I think is how that would go, in mayor pro tem. Again, I understand that this is a very awkward thing that we do every year, because most of us don't actually like to talk about ourselves or toot our own horns. But that's where I stand on that.
Well,
Anyone?
So I will be voting against that for absolutely trust issues, and we're not in unison up here. There is major violations of trust that have happened, and I was hoping not to have that be discussed up here over and over, or to have to drag that through the press.
Right.
As the leader of the council.
Right.
So it's for that reason that I make the motion that we actually make a decision that we should have made last year for an order that is aligned with tradition, which is highest vote getter and in that order. I think it does restore some level of trust, and we're not in unison up here. This will not be a 5-0 vote. And it's not like it's, never going to work, but I do think that time and rebuilding of trust can happen, but it's not going to happen when there has been constant demonstrations of not allowing people to speak, of trying to shut down conversation. On several occasions, I've been admonished up here that I shouldn't ask questions from this dais by Councilmember Lataw. So I don't think we're going to actually move into a new era where we're actually discussing more, we have more transparency, we have more questions being asked, we're actually encouraging more participation from the public, and we're rebuilding that trust that's been lost. I don't think that that's going to happen because it hasn't been demonstrated. So I think I'm going to reiterate that I think that we should put the order in the order that it should have been from the beginning, and take the opportunity to take some time over the next year to just rebuild the budget and rebuild relationships up here. And I don't think that that's going to happen when you have the person leading who's been doing that very undermining these things. So that's my concern. And I've had no indication, apology, or movement towards moving towards more open discussion. That hasn't happened. So for that reason, I won't be voting with that if that's the decision that you decide to second.
Are you willing to entertain any other combination?
Sure.
Are you willing to, I'm now going to play a game of Disney Yahtzee. Because the gentlemen have a few words tonight. But are you willing to entertain another sort of makeup? So whether that's Lataw, Danuka, Resner, or whether that's Resner, Lataw, Danuka, or whether that's, I should have taken the time to write these out before I thought about all of the ways you could combine our names.
The reason that I am nominating, basically for me, the options are Mike or Dr. Paul, because that's exactly who I had nominated the first time. So I'm being consistent with the order that I think should be there based on vote getting. I did it the same way before. So I think that should have been set. And since if you're not running next year, that moves Mike back up, and that means he's the mayor next year. And I wouldn't object to that. But I don't think that this year, for what we have to do, I just believe that for the public's sake, for our sake, we need leadership that's going to let people speak, especially up here. And he's shared in being shut down the way that I've been shut down in these discussions and in these debates on very, very important issues, specifically the budget, which we will be doing all year. And so in an effort to just do a better job of actually getting to solutions, I think we should have somebody that isn't going to demonstrate that. And so I haven't seen Paul do that. I've seen so that's why I'm putting that forward. Whether or not you want to be the mayor pro tem or the vice mayor or vice versa, I mean, I'm open to whatever, but either way, it does make Mike the mayor next year, which I would not object to.
Okay, I have, again, this is going to feel slightly awkward. If your concern is making Mike the mayor next year, you could hypothetically put Paul and I in either of those spots. So
In either of what spots?
in either mayor or vice mayor spots, and Lataw in mayor pro tem spot.
I've already, my recommendation is Dr. Danuka, yourself, and then Mike. So I don't follow what the.
I guess I'm saying, is there any other combination of that? I hear you saying, like, I'll entertain some
Are you saying,
other sort
would
of
I make
thing.
you the mayor? Is that
If-
what you're asking?
Yeah, that's super awkward, but I'm attempting to get any sort of feedback on any of the combinations that I am writing out.
No, I would entertain Dr. Danuka. That's,
That's it?
yeah. Yeah. For the reason that that's also what the public has endorsed. That's also what the public has said that they want, and that's sort of where trust is right now. And we do need to build trust back with the public. We're going to be making very difficult decisions, and we're going to need them on board with us, and we're going to need them to participate. And I do think that we will draw more people on both sides of the aisle with Paul leading. That's what I believe. And I've seen it, and I believe that, and I think that's what's best for the city in this next year. And he's up for it. So,
Are you willing to, so what I heard you say is that you're only willing to entertain Danuka as mayor. The other combination is Lataw as mayor, Danuka as vice mayor, me as mayor pro tem.
yeah, I didn't know what, I didn't know if you were gonna, I didn't know what you were gonna do, if you're gonna throw Jack back in there, because, you know, he's,
Okay, you're not,
Not a bad
you know
idea.
what?
but I wouldn't vote for that either. So I honestly, like,
I'm really
this
just
is
trying
the,
to
this is what the
find
public, this is what the public voted for. This is, and I think since we represent them, and when all else fails and when things are astray, I think we should go back to what is gonna engender trust with the public. And so, to me, if you're the vice mayor, you know,
Do any of the gentlemen have any sort of, because what ultimately it feels like at the moment is, I don't really have a dog in the fight. You're not attempting to advocate, but we are discussing some sort of like, well, you're attempting to advocate in one direction, I suppose. But I would like to hear from the gentleman rather than
sure,
you and I trying to figure out where you and I can compromise.
right.
Go ahead, Paul. Want to say anything more?
This is going to be difficult for whosoever does it, as I said earlier. I'm happy and ready to do it, but at the same time, I do want to make sure that we have a lot of, you know, there is no perfect decision, and even no one has a crystal ball. So I want to make sure that we have as much, if not unanimity, at least as much support as we have possible. So I would say that clearly, Dennis, I really thank you and I respect your nominating me for mayorship, and I honor that, and I really thank you for that. And I'm willing and ready to do it, but at the same time, I do see that Jack and Aaron want to make sure that it's Mike's vice mayor being vice mayor, his turn next year. So I'm sure he will do a good job also. And I'm completely fine with that. Perhaps we can compromise with, you know, it's your call. If you want to do this, it's yours. If you want me to do it, I'll do it. I'm talking with Mike. But if you do it and I can be the vice mayor and Aaron can be pro tem, that may be a happy compromise for most of us. That's my take on this, Mike. It's up to you.
Can I ask a couple of questions? I'm really sorry. I know I said I wanted to hear from you. Now I'm interrupting, so I'm going to acknowledge that. Do you genuinely feel like you have the time to be mayor? Because I understand that you make time for the things in which that you care about, so let me acknowledge that. But I also want to say that even Jack, I think, a year ago when he was put into mayor position, did not know, oh, darn, I'm getting all of these extra meetings, which have been a thing in which that you've communicated, I think, to all of us, how difficult that is in your schedule to have meetings in the middle of the day, or to, it is usually a difficulty to be scheduling all of our extra meetings or additional meetings and budget meetings around your current calendar. And so I agree with both of you. Whomever sits in this position is going to need to allocate extra time and direction. And I hear what you're saying about public trust. But I also think that the mayor's job is to conduct a meeting, to know when we're opening a public hearing and when we're closing a public hearing. It is to know what the rules of order are and who goes first and who goes second. And we have incredible help all of the time because sometimes, like we will see later, when we have ordinances and we open and close public hearings, we need guidance. But if I was to say a member of the council, not whose heart was necessarily the best, but a member of council who had the most amount of time to give to this, that isn't Dr. Danuka, who I think that he probably is self-aware enough to be able to like say that. And so I want to make sure that whomever we pick, Jack's retired, so maybe I should have said Jack again. But I want to make sure that we're picking somebody who can lead a meeting. Because as a person who's experienced lots of different types of mayors, those mayors that can be efficient and lead a meeting really well and understand what is happening and moves to make really is just helpful at moving the process along. Now you could speak. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
Do you want him to answer?
Oh, about the time, time is not an issue because as a doctor, I've been trained to work 24/7, 48 hours. And
I know, but you can't schedule a surgery.
But time is not an issue. I make a commitment when I only make a commitment which I can keep.
Okay.
That is not an issue. But it's completely Mike's call, and I will defer completely to Mike. And I can tell you that I absolutely will support if Mike is mayor and I'm vice mayor, I completely support him in making sure that this meeting is run in a very different way.
I mean, looking back over the year, I would say, looking at all five of us are very qualified, we're talented, we bring things to the table of different perspective that, and I've enjoyed every bit of the conversation, even in the contention and the disagreement. Regardless of what happens today, who's chosen, I think there's a common theme that we do want to build back trust. And I can say, certainly I've said things over the past year that I didn't always feel good when I went home. I think we've all done things and said things that just felt ugly at the moment. And I'm always committed to trying to bridge the gaps with relationships, even when they feel ugly, they feel messy. You know, it's important to me to keep working on that stuff. And I think for the whole council here, we should all be working towards that with each other, even in moments of disagreement when it just feels like we really can't get along. And I'm committed to continue to do that and apologize when I'm wrong and just be open to any conversation as we do have a lot to work on as a council. So moving forward, my perspective is if you're saying it's my call, I'm ready. I'm willing to do this. I feel confident in my abilities. I think we're all capable. And again, if we're all committing forward to work on improving relationships and to work together, even in disagreement, I think that's just an important theme that we should all be focused on regardless of how the decision's made today. So,
Jack?
Yeah, well, I'm ready to vote.
Yep.
Well, I'll make the motion of Lata, Danuka, and Resner. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I will make my motion for Danuka, Resner, Lataw.
Okay, the last one first. No second for that one? We don't have a second. Well, we take the last one first, so we,
Well,
You don't have a second.
yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't heard a second so far to any of the motions. that
well,
have
we
been
were
made.
gonna, well, I made a motion and she made a second motion.
But we didn't get a second to your motion.
there's
We
no
didn't get a
voting.
second to her
Oh, I see,
motion.
okay.
Voting
Yeah.
So we need a second
to
on one of the
either
motions.
one. To either one.
To both, either of them.
do we,
Can I repeat what I believe the motions have been? I believe that Tanessa made the first motion of Paul Danuka as mayor, Aaron Resner as vice mayor, and Mike Lataw as mayor pro tempore. I believe the second motion was Aaron made to have Mike Lataw as mayor, Aaron Resner as vice mayor, and Paul Danuka as mayor pro tem.
But none of those had seconds.
None of them have seconds.
And so then Jack made a motion to have it be
Mike.
Mike,
Yeah.
Danuka, Aaron.
And
No second.
No second for that one.
And I made the same motion again,
And-
because I like to
Okay.
repeat
So-
myself and be consistent.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
if I can, just for the purposes of order, I would suggest, rather than having the motions come quite so quickly after each other, maybe pause and make sure that whether or not you have a second to one of them before you move on to the next.
Will do.
So I'd be willing to second Aaron's motion just because I said earlier, I respect the process, and that's really what I committed to a year ago, and it's nothing to discredit anybody in their capability up here, but
One of these.
I would second your motion just to respect the
one?
process, and that was.
Can you repeat what my motion was? Because I have all of the combinations written out.
What I have is your motion to have Mike Lataw as mayor, yourself as vice mayor, and Paul Danuka as mayor pro tempore.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Do we roll call vote, or what do we do?
Do we have a second motion also then?
Yeah, we do.
Who seconded it? Mike seconded his
Mike-
own?
No, Mike
My
seconded.
hers or
original,
Aaron's,
the
sorry.
very first one
It's the
So-
first-
that I made.
And what's the other
after your
motion?
first one.
My motion, which I'll make for the third time, as the second time, for the third time, is to have Paul Danuka as the mayor, Aaron Resner as the vice mayor, Mike Lataw as the mayor pro tem. Is there a second?
No.
Can I make a motion in that case and see if it,
Oh, gosh.
yeah.
Yes, you can.
Mike as mayor, me as vice mayor, and Aaron as a pro tem.
That was Jack's motion.
Yeah, I'll second that one. I'll make second Jack's motion.
Which one do we vote on? There was,
So.
we had a
I-
first and a second here.
Yeah, and we're getting a little bit confusing in terms of order and procedure, but I think the second motion is the one that was the mayor's motion, which, as I understand it again, was Vice Mayor Lataw as mayor, Dr. Danuka as vice mayor, and Member Resner, or Vice Mayor Resner as mayor pro tem.
I'll second that.
That was mine? Yes. Can I change it?
You can withdraw the motion if you so desire.
Well, if we're going by protocol, then it should be Mike, vice mayor.
No, it
Mayor
should
Pro
be
Tem.
Danuka, Aaron.
Well, that's my opinion.
Well, just don't call it
It's not
that.
yours.
So you're wanting to third
Yeah, sorry.
my
Mayor,
original motion?
yeah.
Yeah, and just for process, Mr. Mayor, are you withdrawing
Yes.
your original motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm making a motion for Mike to be mayor, Aaron.
It was already.
It was already done. The
You can
motion's
just
already
ask for a vote.
That is the motion on the floor at this
All
time.
So, it's-
Well, so you're withdrawing your motion.
yes. And we'll put you as,
He's withdrawing this one.
mayor pro tem.
Would you be willing to consider that, as me as a vice mayor, as a compromise or not?
Yeah, that's why you seconded that one. I don't have a dog in the fight. But he said he's withdrawing this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
if I,
We should all have a dog in the
Thirding
fight.
this one.
so if we make a
This
motion
is
like
just
that. would you be
more of the
willing to
same.
do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Learn the lessons, guys.
You know, we have our opinions and you have yours.
I know, Jack, you've been shutting people down all year, and look where it's led us. So it's not a good plan.
That's
And,
not a
and,
good plan,
and you
but-
have, and you've endorsed the same behavior again.
We've
So it's a
shut you
problem,
down
and we're
because
gonna
you say
continue to have it be
over
a
and
problem.
over and
It's
over
gonna be a
again the
problem,
same thing.
and I was right.
I think it'll be
So you
happy
should have
with
listened.
it. I'll vote for it.
You should have listened.
No, we don't listen to you. All right, well, that's my motion.
Okay.
We have a first
That was
and a
Aaron's
second.
motion, so.
no, I already
Yeah.
made this motion, so if you would like to
So
make this motion, you
I believe the motion on the floor is the one made by Aaron, which was made by Aaron, seconded by Mike Lataw, and that is to make Mayor Lataw mayor, Aaron Resner as vice mayor, and Paul Danuka as mayor pro tempore. So we
And you
Take a
also have
vote.
my motion next, which is,
this is the only one that has, well,
no, Mike Lataw, then,
this is the only one that's been.
You
I
seconded Jack's
think-
and Jack withdrew.
Yeah, I
So you'd
think-
have to make your own.
yeah,
Yeah, and I think what Dr. Danuka is saying is that he decided to make that motion after the
Yes.
mayor withdrew the motion and was waiting to see if there was a second on that one
Yes.
prior to the vote.
right.
Okay.
That is Mike Lataw as mayor, I'm as vice mayor, and Aaron Resner as pro tem. Do we have a second for that?
So we need to find out if there's a second to that.
Emma, what are the legal bounds if I've already made a motion?
You can withdraw the motion.
It doesn't make, did you not mark
you-
Mark
you're
Mazzano?
not-
He'd vote against his motions all the time. Makes no difference.
Did he ever?
Yeah, you can
All
go
the
with his
time.
motion. You can
All the
second
time.
his
Okay,
motion.
you're not prohibited from seconding the alternative motion.
Correct.
Well, without withdrawing. So you can continue to have your motion on the floor, second the alternative motion, and then the second one would be voted on first, and then your motion would still be on the floor if the second one does not pass.
That feels like a compromise, Councilmember Audette. Does that feel like something you would entertain?
What's a compromise? Having more of the same, getting shut down in all these meetings? It's not a compromise.
So what are you going,
Do you
I-
feel like that the two of us regularly listen to you? Because that would be.
You're not in charge of the meeting. So you can be vice mayor, you can be mayor pro tem. It won't make any difference. The meetings, we will be shut down again. I will not be able to ask questions. They've done it multiple times. So I'm concerned that the process is going to be stunted again, where we can't ask questions, can't actually get things done, can't do presentations, it's going to be more of the same. That is my genuine concern, which is just going to continue to erode trust in the public in the most difficult budget season we will ever have. And so I don't want a repeat of last year. I would like something different, which is why I'm asking Dr. Danuka to be the mayor. Not because it doesn't need to be a punishment, but it does need to be about leadership. And I do not trust the leadership of either of these two to do it. And I've asked Dr. Danuka, and so that's who I think can do it.
yeah, do that.
So I would say, Tanessa, clearly, they want to respect Mike's position, so I can, if I'm a vice mayor, I can work with the mayor to put a structure in place that gives, my suggestion would be like, everyone gets a certain time allocated to speak when no one interrupts each other. And then you have, when the rotation is over, then everyone gets 1 to 2 minutes more for rebuttal. So I can work with Mike to ensure that process in the next year. And then when I become mayor next year, after that, I will absolutely follow that also. So that process will be fair, transparent, and will not shut anyone down.
You
So-
have no control over that. That's why I'm asking you to be the mayor, for that reason right there, because that's your plan.
Right,
And
but
you
you
have a
need,
plan.
but you need 3 votes for that. So that's why I'm saying that maybe a way to do that will be that I, as a vice mayor, will work with the whosoever.
That's just not how it works. So that you have no control over that. So if
I'm sure we can,
I would like us to be.
If I thought that were possible, then that would be great. But I know that it isn't. So I'm just concerned that we're just going to have more of the same again for a whole nother year,
right.
where it's already going to be really painful for everybody.
I'm confident we can make this happen, that everyone will get like 3 to 5 minutes to present their case, and we rotate, we don't interrupt anyone, and then later on, 1 to 2 minutes for rebuttal. So that may work very well, so if you do that.
Can I ask a question? I'm going to ask you the same question one more time so that it's on the record. Apparently, I also like to repeat myself. You feel like you have the time to do that and to lead a meeting, and that you will promise the public that you will take the time to meet with the community, not with the community, yes, with them, but with directors, and to read your staff reports and to make sure that you're going to.
Before you come to the meeting.
Yeah, before that you come into a meeting, and mayor job is a lot of shaking hands and kissing babies and like leading a meeting and then ribbon cutting. So and you don't get paid any extra. I know that $600 a month.
Well, this is a civic duty. This city and this area has given me a lot. I'm blessed to have the public support, but also they have really been very good to me and my family. This is my civic duty to do it, and I take it very seriously. In fact, I have had a lot of public meetings. I have arranged coffees and all that during this year. So it's not an issue. That's not an issue. But I want to make sure that it's,
Speaking time?
I'm sorry?
Will you speak to speaking time also? You promise that?
Yeah, speaking time, I know that's how the process should be, that everyone else should get 3 to 5 minutes for a first speech and then second on rebuttal. But only thing I'm saying, Tanessa, is if we set that process, it doesn't matter who is the mayor. What's more important is we follow the transparent, fair process, which is a way to build public trust. It doesn't really matter who amongst us is the mayor then.
It does, and you don't, that's not how it works. So you don't have that kind of control. You can recommend that, but that mayor gets to control the meeting the way
Would
they
you,
want to.
Mike, would you commit to that kind of process?
I mean, my perspective is I'd love to learn from everybody. I don't think I'm the right answer to every perspective. I think it's great to value everybody's opinion. I think everybody should get to speak, and absolutely, so.
All right, I'm going to second your motion. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem.
So are you asking him that because you're considering making him the mayor?
Well, we have a first.
Why
and a
did you
second.
ask him
I'm
that?
sorry, was there a second
Yeah.
to Dr. Danuka's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
then,
that's now the motion on the table.
All right.
so can I make a third motion?
Yeah.
Well,
Can I
should we
reiterate
vote
my
on-
motion again?
Well, mayor's
make-
discretion if it's already failed.
To make Paul
Are we
the
ready
mayor,
to vote?
Aaron the vice mayor, Mike Lataw the mayor pro tem.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to second that?
Mark,
No. All right, let's
I will
vote.
say,
What? Let her speak.
No, we've been going on this for,
Let her speak.
I think that it is really important, in my opinion, that we have an honest conversation and that we continue to build trust. And I want us, in all honesty, I would really love a 5-0 vote on this, which is why it is that I'm saying I don't have a dog in the fight and I'm willing to entertain a lot of different makeups. I'm willing to second that motion. If Paul promises that he has time for that and he promises to let everybody speak, then I appreciate that and I'm okay with that. And if Councilmember Lataw says that, I also am okay with that. So
well, the motion.
I seconded Tanissa's also. I can retract mine.
Well, we have
Mine
a-
already failed, but we can.
seconded.
So we have my first and the second.
I don't know. I'm confused.
All right, Shar, you're in charge. Who's on first?
We'll do the last one first.
So the motion on the table is the motion most recently made by Tanessa. Tanessa made the motion, Aaron second, and that is to make Paul Danuka as mayor, Aaron Resner as vice mayor, and Mike Lataw as mayor pro tem.
Yeah, we can vote. I'm a no.
An aye.
Yes.
I'm a no.
Did you vote?
Paul's going to abstain.
He can't abstain.
He
Seriously,
routinely
Paul.
abstains. I can make a joke about Paul abstaining. He routinely abstains. That was one of my concerns.
All right, well, let's
Did you vote?
No.
You got it.
let's take up the next one.
Well,
You got to vote.
sorry, what was Dr. Danuka's vote?
He hasn't
He
voted.
has to vote.
Are you abstaining?
You get to make whatever decision that your heart feels, and we don't get to kick or scream about it.
True.
And do not let anyone pressure you. You get to
Is that
pick
true?
whatever you want. We will all look
Silence
alike
is a
when
yes,
we
by
do.
the way. So if you say nothing, it's a yes.
What's
Is that really true?
Yep.
Yeah. So your silence is a yes.
I would suggest
That you
clarity.
vote.
Yeah. Yeah, for clarification, I think that
Mm-hmm.
rule exists primarily for the situation we're unable to record a vote, but it's clear that a motion is passed. This I
Yes,
would
there should
recommend
be, there
getting
should
some
be a vote.
clarification.
There should be a vote. Agreed.
So what's the order right now?
Well, you either vote,
You
No.
have to vote.
This is the order that we're taking a vote on. This is the second that we're taking a vote on. No, you have to make a decision. That's what they elected you to do.
and I believe the entire council knows this, but just to be clear, an abstention would effectively be the same as a no, so it would cause the motion to fail.
Say that one more time.
And then we would take up
If there's an abstention, the motion would fail.
And what's the second motion on the table now after this?
The motion that came, I'm sorry, I'm going to look at the
Tom,
clerk.
Mayor.
Lata.
Just
You
know
Vice
there will be
Mayor.
no unanimous vote
Danuka.
tonight. There
You
will be
Vice
no
Mayor,
unanimous vote,
And Aaron,
so.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I can,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say,
He's gonna vote.
Oh, Paul.
He's
oh,
gonna
sorry.
vote.
You
Go
were
ahead,
going to
Paul.
speak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
okay. I'm going to decide based on not who the person is, but what the process should be. The most important thing here is to build the trust in the public, and I entered this office with that trust. It's a heavy burden. I do not have the crystal ball for the future. It's important for us to lead with integrity, but at the same time, some tough decisions need to be made. I have full faith in the process. If we put in place, it wouldn't matter as much who the mayor is. I would go with Mike as a mayor and me as a vice mayor,
Then you need to vote no on this.
Yeah.
and
Abstain or no?
Aaron as a
Mayor Pro Tem.
mayor pro tem.
Well, you need to vote first, and then we'll take that one up and vote on it.
Why don't I live up to my reputation and abstain?
Okay, that's fine. All right, so he is abstaining.
All right, so the motion has failed, and that brings us back to the second motion that was on the table.
All right,
And I
Where's
believe
the
that
escape
was
hatch?
Mike,
Member
Paul
Lata.
is vice mayor,
Yes.
Aaron is mayor pro tem. I vote yes.
Yeah, so the motion on the table now is Paul Danuka made the motion, Jackman seconded to make Mike Lata mayor, Paul Danuka vice mayor, and Aaron Resner as mayor pro tem.
Yep,
Aye.
Aye.
No.
all right. Well, it passes 4-1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tanessa. Thank you.
I hope your speech about Jack is good.
It's away.
You wrote a speech about him?
I do not.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
Yes, you did.
We have to give you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but now you need to tell us where to go. You go there.
We'll move around then. Okay. Do we have an award to give them? I need to say we're going to give an award, right? So, yes. Okay. For keeping score at home, this is an equally tough decision, just like the city manager, but I'm sure the city manager will be equally as hard, but that was 45 minutes in. We're not doing too bad. Right now, we're going to give a presentation to Jack as the mayor, so
Gotta walk.
we're going to do that over there, right? Okay.
Say something nice.
What's that?
Say something nice.
Don't we have,
No, you have to make it up.
no, do we have?
It's over there.
It's over there. All right.
I'm gonna move all of your things. Do you want me to move there?
Paul should be sitting here.
They did. They moved.
Okay. Okay. Just kidding. I'm not touching your things.
Testing.
Jack, the first time I got to work with you really was in January when we went to League of Cities, and where I really felt we bonded was when we were in the car together with Danuka, and we survived that drive, and that's when we really got to laugh and come back here live. But I wanted to say you've been a great mentor, a friend, and I appreciate your leadership. Your dedication and efforts have helped our community greatly, and you've truly made a difference. I'm grateful for your leadership, your unwavering commitment to progress, and inspiring of all us to be more engaged citizens. And we are just really grateful for you. I don't know what number mayor you are on the list, but it's pretty special that you get to have your picture on the wall forever. But this thing right here, I highly advise you put it on the wall at home and make your wife look at this every single day. So, yes.
Well, we have a couple of rules at home. Rule number one is, my wife is always right. Rule number two, if she's wrong, remember rule number one. So, anyway, I just want to say thank you. I'm very grateful for the last year to have been mayor and got to have special meetings with all the directors, and it's just been a great time. And I'm very thankful for everything. So let's move forward with the mic and see if we can do some good things for the city.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. I'll read the statement here. Pursuant to the Brown Act, City Council cannot take action on public comment items. The City Council will allocate up to a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for 30 minutes total at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for non-agendized matters within the city's jurisdiction. The mayor will determine the order of the speakers. If 30 minutes is not adequate to accommodate all of the individuals who have submitted their name through the electronic kiosk, the council will trail this item to the end of the open session agenda. The remaining speakers will address the city council at that time. Is that under? Okay, so we've got 3 speakers today. And we're going to start with Margaret. Patricia, you'll be up next, and then Tawny.
Good evening. So I see that you're going to have a budget prioritization and modification session starting the 18th. And I see on the agenda, talk of a financial oversight committee, and I say, those are steps in the right direction. So, but what I have also to say is this. City council members have a fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interests of their constituents, which means they must prioritize the public good over personal gain. This duty requires them to exercise due diligence, loyalty, and obedience in managing public affairs, including overseeing finances, staff, and compliance with laws and ordinances. They are entrusted with managing public funds and resources responsibly and transparently, ensuring that taxpayer money is used wisely with due regard to economy. Ultimately, the fiduciary role demands that council members lead with intention, ask good questions, and remain focused on the long-term health and resilience of the community. So, I'm still asking for an independent or forensic audit. It is my understanding that salaries were spiked in these last years. That means we, the citizens, are on the hook for millions of dollars in retirement benefits. An independent or forensic audit is called for. If they were spiked, and you need to find that out, bankruptcy is in a city's future. You will be in the middle of that. In addition, apparently the city manager negotiated 2 salary raises in closed session, which is against the law, the Brown Act, which was passed so the government couldn't be run from the back room. So you have your work cut out for you.
Thank you, Margaret. Patricia, you're up next. So.
Good evening. Thank you for your service, our city council. I want to share my excitement for the new downtown. I went there this weekend, actually yesterday. I had friends that were talking about how wonderful it was and about the new bakery, so I was very excited to go. So I went yesterday morning, drove around, and was just, to my great disappointment, pay to park, pay to park, pay to park. Parking kiosk, pay to park. I drove around looking for some free parking, and I did not find it, even in front of the post office. So I thought, well, I'll park and risk it and run to the bakery, see how it is. It was delicious, a little pricey, even compared to San Francisco and to Santa Cruz, but I'm willing to pay extra for a good bakery. And then I thought to myself, you know, it's kind of annoying that I have to pay to park in downtown Reading when I've lived here for 29 years. Very excited for the new developments downtown. But it's a disappointment. So then I thought, well, I'm not one to just complain without offering a solution or my observations. So I got online, looked at the City of Reading website where I could park, found where the free parking was, and watched or listened to the, what is it called? The parking management audio that you have on the website. And I listened to it, and, you know, I understand time limits can cause turnover and allow businesses to have people park in front of their venues, and I think that's great. I can understand the reasoning behind that. My observation is that when you compare the city of Reading to San Francisco, for example, where my son lives and my daughter, you can pay for free for 2 hours. There's a time limit of 2 hours free parking. You can do what you need to do, move your car. There was not a 2-hour free parking option. You know, there's a couple of 30-minute, 15-minute ones according to the website. And that's just a little rushed for a town like Reading, where we can saunter around, walk around, and it should be free. Now, $1's not too expensive, but when you add the $1 to a very expensive new bakery that you want to support, it adds up. So my thoughts to you are, consider some of the parking lots, give a bank of free parking for 2 hours perhaps, to allow that turnover to be free for some of us. And also there was a, I know I have 17 seconds, $25 a month for employees. That's expensive. In the city of San Francisco, you can get an annual pass to park for $221. So $300 for an employee in Reading is a lot. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Patricia. Tani, you're up.
Good evening, and thank you for having me tonight. I'm here on behalf of Shasta Roller Hockey to say thank you for continuing to support the Reading Sports Park. We appreciate your commitment to keeping it open this time, and I just wanted to provide an update. This time last year, you had authorized the reopening, and Shasta Roller Hockey took on running the youth and the adult leagues. Since then, our programs have not just recovered from that closure, but we've thrived. Our program is proud to share that we have seen several players make it onto national and professional roller hockey teams, as well as we are working on a continuous development for a girls program here in the North State. With the city's support, we have been able to run the adult leagues during this interim period which is allowing us to reinvest directly into the youth program as well as the facility. Because of this, we're able to provide new rental gear to about 60% of the youth players that are out there that need it, as well as we'll be donating 2 new scoreboards to the field house for multiple sport use. With last year's uncertainty, we're proud to share that we've seen an increase in all of our programs. We have a 13% increase in our youth programs, and our adult programs have grown by 25%. So this has allowed us to book additional days and hours out of the field house to keep things running a little smoother and busier. Our travel programs have also grown by 30%, and we're proud to bring a national tournament series to Reading in 2025, which will come back in 2026. So we know that you'll be facing some important decisions regarding staffing, budget, facilities in the coming months. So we just want you to know that we're here to support you guys, that we want to see this facility be long-term sustainable. So we're here if you need us, and we'd like to invite you to come out and see what we're all about any Saturday out at the sports park from 9 to 4. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tani. We're going to go to public hearings, presentation with Development Services. Consider the rezoning application. Is that right? Or no, consent. All right. Well, made my first mistake. Isn't that great? So, okay, so let's go to consent. Let's flip the page backwards the other way. So looking over the consent calendar, I'm sure you've all had a chance to read that over before the meeting today, and we'll entertain a motion unless.
Read the box. Read the
Oh, yeah.
box.
I know it's your first
Oh,
time.
yeah, okay. Let's put on my glasses for this one. So how about that? Consent calendar. The consent calendar contains items considered routine or which have been individually scrutinized by city council members and are anticipated to require no further deliberation. If a member of the public wishes to address an item on the consent calendar, please enter your name in the electronic kiosk located in the lobby before the consent calendar is considered. It shall be the prerogative of any council member before the consent calendar is acted upon to, number 1, comment on an item, 2, respond to any public comment on an item, 3, request the record reflect an abstention or nay vote on an item, or number 4, remove an item and place it on the regular portion of the agenda for delivery of staff report and or an extended discussion or deliberation. I don't know if there's any speakers. I don't see any here. So
I'll make a motion to approve consent.
okay, so let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Our first 5-0. I love it. So
Look at you.
trust has already been built, it looks like. So, okay. All right.
I'm so excited for all your dumb jokes.
Yeah. It's going to be good. You'll appreciate it later. And I think,
I appreciate it now.
all right, now we'll move on to public hearings. We're going to have a presentation from Development Services. And Lily, you're up on this one. So.
Thank you, Mayor Latal, council members. Mayor Latal, we go back to serving on the Reading Youth Soccer League, and look at us now. We're serving in a different capacity, but making an impact on our community still. So congratulations. So this item before you is a zoning code amendment. This is an annual update. And a little bit of background, we typically do this annually, and it's text cleanup. Typically, it is for typos, clarifications, some minor nature intended to clarify the intent of the existing regulations, and sometimes take the opportunity to bring our code up to date with state and federal law. All right, so predominantly this code amendment will involve touching our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And as you may be aware, the state adopted a statewide mandatory ADU regulation in 2020. And since then has done a lot of changes to that pretty much annually, and paving the way easier for folks in California to provide units, smaller units on existing single-family and residential lots. So just to highlight what we're going to be touching is to bring it up to state law, we are going to change the number of units that are allowed. HCD has a latitude in interpreting the law, and basically each single-family lot or lot that allows for residential use has a potential of a maximum of 4 units, and that contains the primary unit, what they call a junior ADU, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, an attached ADU, and then a detached ADU, so a combination of 4. So what is a junior ADU? A junior ADU is basically a smaller unit, does not exceed more than 500 square feet, has what we call an efficiency kitchen. And efficiency kitchen is not like a full board stove or anything like that. It provides a countertop to prepare food and also an area for appliances such as like a microwave or, a kettle, things like that. So, but the junior ADU does not have to provide a bathroom because a junior ADU has to be in the existing main house. It's either a converted bedroom or it's a converted garage. So typically, if you have access to the main house, they don't have to provide their separate restroom. But that is an option. They can also provide a bathroom. The other thing we're going to bring into compliance is to provide 0 setback for ADUs at the front for any unit that's 800 square feet or less. We are also bringing our architectural compatibility standards. We are stripping away the subjective language such as things that, like color, for instance, that was brought up at Planning Commission. Color is very subjective. What I like may not be what you like. So we have stripped that away. Also, owner occupancy is changing for deed restrictions. ADUs do not require to be owner occupied. So if I built an ADU, I do not have to live on my property. I could rent both of those units out. Junior ADUs do not require to be owner occupied if a bathroom is provided in the unit. So those are the main things we're touching. Yes,
Does that affect the short-term rental rules about that?
I'm sorry?
Does that change the short-term rental rules about that, or is it those don't affect that?
No, if you have an ADU, you cannot short-term rent. That still remains the law.
Okay. But you can rent them both?
Yes, you can rent them both, but they cannot be short-term. They have to be
Not
long-term.
Longer than 30 days?
Longer than 30
Okay.
days, correct. So a little bit more, diving deep a little bit. So as I said, modifying the junior ADU and ADU to comply with state. We have to remove the lot size requirement out of our ordinance. And also the state says that we have to allow ADUs and junior ADUs in any district where we allow residential uses. That includes our office district and commercial district. And we're doing some minor word changes to be compliant with state law. We're modifying the ADU parking requirement. So currently an ADU is required 1 parking space. It does not have to be covered. It could be uncovered as well. We are adding a definition for what a junior ADU is, and we are also adding a definition for what a living area is and differentiate the primary dwelling from an ADU and junior ADU. The other portions of our code that we're touching is the trash enclosure requirements to bring that into state code. As you know, we are required to provide organics now, so the different size and things like that are changing. So that's what that is. We are also bringing into consistency our parking ordinance with regards to height of vegetation, and also correcting a typo in our sign ordinance, and removing a tent as an accessory structure in our, with regards to what is deemed an accessory structure. Tents are typically temporary in nature, so we want to remove that. So with that, staff recommends that council conduct a public hearing, determine that the proposed code amendment is not a project subject to CEQA, and offer the ordinance for first reading by title only and waive the full reading. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions at this time.
Okay, we're going to open up a public hearing and see what speakers we have. Looks like we do have one speaker on the list. See if I can get this name right. Raghu, or correct me if I'm wrong when you get up there, but.
Good evening, everybody. This is Raghu Maladi from Maladi Homes. We are from Bay Area and trying to introduce some ADUs and fill in more homes in the infill lots in Reading City and working with planning and building departments at City of Reading. I have seen this proposal and which is great, bringing ADUs that adds more housing and at the same time more rentals for the primary homeowners to get some money, extra money out of that. But I do see a little bit challenge in the size of the ADU. The detached ADUs are proposed as what I see is a 1,000 square foot is a limitation, but state allows us to go up to 1,200. I was just wondering why we are restricting the size of the square foot is to 1,000 instead of expanding to 1,200. The reason why I'm asking that question is the type of ADUs that we are bringing in, we are the licensed dealers for HCD, HUD-coded housing, manufactured housing on a permanent foundation. And these homes, if they are more than 1,000 square feet, then we'll have all kinds of provisions such as any type of loans. So it's easy to the homeowners to build these ADUs to get the loans. If it is below 1,000 square feet, then that comes under a personal property for that particular ADU, or they have to do a stick-built houses, so which is again a challenge. If you bring a manufactured house to put as an ADU, which is little over than 1,000 square feet, then that'll have a lot of added advantage to the homeowners. They can get all kinds of loans, VA, USDA, conventional, you name it, because those homes are qualified by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac under any type of loan programs if it is above 1,000 square feet. But the proposal I see is within 1,000, I believe. So this is my suggestion to look into that, to go for a state mandates up to 1,200 anyway. So why we are discounting is my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have John. John, are you here?
Could we get an answer from
Yeah,
Lily on
Kelly
this
did.
question? Can we get a clarification from the Planning Commission on this question?
Well, Jeremy, can I just ask, does this actually discuss that, or Lily, sorry, does this actually discuss the size of the ADU, or is that in a different area?
I'll address that. The state does allow a maximum of 1,200 square feet. When we had a ordinance pre-2020, it was called second dwelling unit, we had established a maximum square foot of 1,000. And when we looked at the state criteria, they said a minimum 1,000, maximum 1,200. We stayed consistent because, one, we have a lot of downtown lots. They're small. We look at our RS3, which is majority of our single-family units. They are average 6,000 to 7,000. Some of them have what we call planned developments, which allow smaller lots down to 4,000 square feet. So if the state mandates that each lot can have up to 4 units, then we're covering the entire lot with 1,200 square foot ADUs, a main house, and a junior ADU. Just the congestion, just the people, just Reading, I don't think is that type of community ready for that right now. So that was from the planning department. We suggested 1,000 and we maxed it at that.
That makes sense to me, and the 1,000 should qualify for those loans anyway.
No, they don't.
That's what you said, 1,000 would
No,
qualify,
I said
right?
1,200. Anything under 1,000
He said
doesn't.
under 1,000 doesn't, 1,000,
1,000 doesn't, I think that's what
but
he's trying to say.
1,000 qualifies for those loans. Oh. Okay.
Did anybody build what you're talking about?
No,
So
they
that
didn't do any research on what is financeable.
But like, did anybody build 4 units plus a junior ADU? Did they do that? Even with 1,000, that's still
Yes,
very
we
crowded.
Yes, we have several junior ADUs, some with ADUs already on site.
But you're saying a main house, 4 units, and a junior ADU is untenable at 1,200 each, but I'm assuming at 1,000, that'd still be very crowded.
Still very crowded at 1,000.
And does that happen?
It
You have-
has happened with one ADU, junior ADU, and a main house.
Okay.
Gets pretty crowded on a 6,000 square foot lot.
But I mean, isn't that their choice if they want it to be that? And if it's 1,200, it just means that more people would be able to make ADUs because now they can finance it.
Right, but then you also have the other layer where now we have zero setback at the front for an 800 square foot unit as well. So we're losing our front yards, we're losing our backyards, we're losing all space between all single-family lot. If we had a couple in our neighborhood, be
Yeah.
one thing, but the potential can grow.
Did you mean to speak, or no? Okay.
What about lot size? I mean, all lot sizes aren't the same. So we're
Well-
blanketing 1,000 feet depending, no matter what the lot size?
Yeah, the state has stripped that away. We cannot dictate limit on lot size. You can have a 5,000 square foot lot and do the 4 units.
But no larger than 1,000.
The ADU in the city of Reading today is 1,000 is the limit. 500 for an ADU per state.
So are we keeping it at 1,000 to discourage more?
To keep it so that you don't have, because lot coverage doesn't apply, right? Lot coverage is how much building you're covering the land with, right? So that doesn't apply. So how we can regulate that is with the size of the ADU.
So
And the
just,
state is okay with that.
just a thought, how about we get through our public comment and then we can close the hearing and then we can have a discussion moving forward. Is that okay? So, all right, so John, are you out there, John? Come on up, John, you're next. So.
Hello, my name is John Pruitt. I'm a resident of the city of Reading, and I had some questions about an ADU. I guess I'm not clear on what an ADU really is, because it sounded to me like my neighbor can build a 400 square foot insulated shed in front of his house and let someone live in it without my having any say about it, and he can do that as many times as he wants, up to 4 times. Is that not correct?
Has a kitchen. The ADU has a kitchen and a back, where,
Can you please speak into your microphone?
Lily, can you speak to the, it's a kitchen, a bathroom, so
So,
I asked the same
How about-
question.
How about we let him speak? We'll get through the public hearing and then we
I
can
guess
answer
my
all
other
the
question
questions
is,
that we
does this have to have ingress and egress from the main dwelling?
Okay, is
Or
that,
does it have its own separate entrance?
we'll let her speak to that after you're done. Are
Okay,
you done speaking?
those are
So,
my questions.
Is that it? Okay.
I think it's a bad idea. I don't want my neighbor putting 4 sheds in his front yard and having Bethel people. No, God bless you, Bethel, but my whole neighborhood is now full of Bethel people. And that's what it's turning into. It's like a rental compound for Bethel people. And I don't want 4 sheds in the front of somebody's house because they can rent the whole thing out to more tenants. It's not in the character of the neighborhood.
John, thank you for coming
Thank
and
you.
speaking today. Thank you. All right, there's no other speakers. I'm going to close the public hearing, and now we can go on to comments from council members here, if there's, or Lily, if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I might suggest referring that last speaker to code enforcement. It sounds like he may have something that may be appropriate for that department to discuss.
Okay. So, John, I don't know if you heard that, but we were suggesting we could refer this over to code enforcement. You can work with city staff, and after the meeting, we can direct you to meet with Lily or Jeremy back there as well. He's got his hand up back there.
You're talking hypothetically that there could be a shed in the front of the house, not that there is a shed, correct? You're saying hypothetically, you could have a shed in the front. As you, yeah, he doesn't have a shed. He's saying hypothetically. Yeah, so let's address that. So what, can you define for him what an ADU is and why a shed would not be an ADU?
So accessory dwelling unit still has to meet building code as far as a living unit, so insulation, so a sear shed, you just can't put a bed in there and call it good. It's got to have a full kitchen for an ADU. For a junior ADU, like I presented, has a efficiency kitchen. The question of whether it needs a separate entrance, yes. Junior ADU has to have separate entrance. Every ADU has to have a separate entrance.
But is a shed in the front of the house going to be what this is approving?
Not a shed. I mean, it has to meet building code.
Well, and, I mean, that's not reassuring. So it has to have a full
1,000,
kitchen, has to have a bath, it's a house. It's like a little ADU.
Okay. So we cannot interact with the public out here, so this is a public hearing and.
That's actually what the public hearing is for.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're not on a microphone right there, and so.
So hypothetically, yes. So if there is no location for accessory dwelling unit, you can put one in your front yard at 0 setback, maximum 800 square feet, with a kitchen, separate entrance. You would have to
Councilmember-
provide one parking space. So parking typically is a limitation, right? Because most of us have two-car driveway and a garage, perhaps. So if you have to provide one parking space for every ADU, you need 3 parking spaces.
Great.
Would that be a parking space on the street or a parking space
No, it has to be on the property,
on the property?
on the property. So there's your limitation
Okay.
for many properties.
Did that answer your question, sir? John?
We cannot interact with the public out there, just a reminder out there. But Councilmember Resner, I think you've got a comment, so.
Could you, maybe we could give reference to the difference, I think that you briefly touched on this during your presentation, but the difference between, or just point out a couple of differences between what are the state regulations, because there are a lot of state top-down sort of regulations in regards to ADUs and infill projects versus the city ones that we chose, which sounds like the 1,000 square feet sort of
So
thing.
really, right now, the only difference with the proposed amendments, the only difference is the size, 1,000 square feet.
Then my second question is, if hypothetically the financial access is changed by 1,001, could we hypothetically change what our max was to 1,025, which is essentially an extra 5 foot by 5 foot? It's very small, but
That's your
potentially
prerogative,
still
yes.
allows for qualifications? Okay, all
We
right.
stuck with 1,000 because that was carryover
Yeah.
from the second dwelling unit.
I understand why staff made that suggestion, for sure.
Councilmember Munns?
So these were not state mandated. These are suggestions and laws that we did. I thought all these were mandated by the state.
You're
Yeah,
right.
okay.
The ones being proposed are mandated, yes.
All right. Thank you.
I had one question. Was there any feedback residents have provided regarding the proposed changes? Was there anything major that we need to hear or no?
No feedback. I mean, they're state mandated, right? So we're required by ACD to bring up our code.
Okay. And another question I had reading through the packet, how does the removal of the owner occupancy requirement for ADUs, does that affect our housing availability at all? Or is there no impact on that? So,
I would think that there's potential for investment property owners, right? So you would have investors coming in instead of, Mr. Walmart trying to buy a house, right? So there's going to be a lot more competition, for sure.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Audette?
I'm aware of a constituent that had a question about why we would do this. And so the last two touched on this, but for the benefit of the public, we're coming in compliance because HCD let us know we were out of compliance, which is the Housing and Community Development at the state, and they want us to come into alignment with their rules. So if we say yes to this, we're just coming into compliance, but as far as Councilmember Resner's recommendation, we could go up to 1,025 with this. We could
That's
do that, or we would have to do that separate?
No, you can.
We can do that with this?
Your prerogative is to increase that size if
okay.
you'd like.
In that case, I'll make a motion to increase that to 1,025, but accept the rest of the proposals from the planning department.
I see nobody else up here to speak. Is there a second or other comments?
I'll second that if that's sufficient for
Okay,
city clerk in terms of.
great. I don't see anybody else up here wanting to speak, so how about we take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Another 5-0. We are building trust again, so, all right. Lily, you did such a good job on that public hearing. Maybe you'll get to come up here and do it again, or is this, oh, it's not Lily?
No.
Oh, okay.
He didn't mean it.
Well, all right. Well, Lily, I still think you did a good job, but we hope you come back again. All right. So here we go.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, members of the public. David Schlegel, Senior Planner with the Planning Division, and I have another zone amendment for you. It's a Housing Opportunity Overlay District. Recommended approval by the Planning Commission, bringing it to you. A little bit of background. Every 8 years, we adopt a new housing element where we look at the projected needs of over those next 8 years of housing at all income levels and understand whether we have the capacity to accommodate that development. And we do that through our zoning. Different zoning designations at different densities produce different economic results, which allow us to meet that need. We also look at governmental constraints on development and prepare a plan to address those and also meet the need in other ways with programs. Ultimately, the bottom line is we have a current housing element that's certified by HCD as being compliant with state laws through 2028. But we did have a notice from HCD that some of the actions that we set forth in our plans or programs in our housing element have not been done yet. One of those things is we look at vacant sites. We establish those sites as potential for residential development to meet our RENA. And if you have multiple rounds of housing element cycles where those same units or those same sites have been identified, state law says you have to actually rezone those to a higher density, 20 dwelling units per acre, if somebody comes to build 20% of that development with affordable housing and also make it by right approved in those locations. So we have 11 remaining vacant sites that were identified in 2 previous housing elements. And I'm not going to read this whole section to you, but just suffice it to say that our activity in the 2028 housing element said we were going to do this, and that's what we're recommending to you today. Ultimately, what the changes in the code would do is change for all properties zoned 12 units per acre through 18 units per acre. You could go up to that 20 units per acre density if you propose a project that has 20% affordable low-income housing units. So that's a minor change from 35% that we already had in our code going to 20%. And then the other component of this is we actually want to identify these properties through an overlay district for the ones that are going to be eligible for by right development if they take advantage of the 20% affordable higher density incentive. And this is just showing you the list. You can see all the sites we have are actually under that 20 units per acre density. They're ranging from RM12 through RM18. And what that does is ultimately increases the capacity overall and on each site. So right now, if somebody came in and wanted to do the maximum density on all of those sites that you see on the map, it would be around 1,000 units. And if they did it at 20 units per acre density that they'd be getting with this rezone, we get about 500 more units. And I just wanted to show you the locations of all these sites as they're kind of dispersed throughout the city. And here's an example site if you wanted to look into one in particular, just to show you what this would look like. We'd have an overlay zone district on this property. At 5.4 acres, they could do 81 units currently. After the overlay district, if they take advantage of that incentive, it'd be up to 108, so an increase of 27 units on this site here in the south part of our city. Ultimately, this project went before the Planning Commission. They recommended to the City Council that we introduce the ordinance for first reading in title only and waive the second reading for the changes before you. Direct the city attorney to prepare and the city clerk to publish a summary ordinance. Finally, amendments to the code before you are exempt from environmental review pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080.085, which was signed into law this past year that made actions that are set aside in our housing element for rezoning exempt from CEQA. And lastly, finally, adopt the overlay district maps. And that's our recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to open up a public hearing. I don't see any speakers. We can sit here for another 5 minutes and wait, but I don't think they're going to come, so we're going to close the public hearing. Any comments from council members or?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Councilmember Audette, you have something to say, so.
Sorry.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to point out for the public that the RHNA is basically, we have a regional housing needs allocation. So the state basically says you need to be building a certain number of houses every single year for different levels of income. And so because people aren't building apartment buildings and high-density, apartment building is a high-density, we're basically moving the goalposts so that it would make it more attractive. So if you own any of these properties, it means it makes your property more valuable. And if you live next to that property, it means you're going to get more neighbors. So, but the state is driving this. So this isn't our great idea of how we can get more apartments. This is really about the state making these requirements, and they give us these, things that need to happen, and then we respond and put them in our code. So for the public's benefit, that's generally what's happening here.
All right, thank you. So we have a first, we have a second. Let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. We are rocking and rolling. All right. So we're going to move on to our regular calendar item. We have a report from the city manager, a presentation on, it's an informational report regarding our parole activity within the city of Reading. This has come up multiple times at previous council meetings on discussion. I believe Councilmember Danuka asked to bring this back for an update, and so we will get some information. So here we go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. As the mayor indicated, we were requested to do some research on an issue where we've been receiving a few complaints over the last number of months. There's been an increasing number of public safety concerns related to activities occurring in and around local motels. Let's see, here we go. And transitional housing sites within the city, and particularly involving individuals on parole and/or registered sex offenders. We wanted to give just some statistical context with regard to justice-involved persons in our community. And the first item we have there is just the estimated number of folks on probation. And this comes from the Shasta County Realignment Report. The new report is not available yet, at least I could not find it. So there's roughly about 1,800 persons on probation, and we have a breakdown between mandatory supervision, post-release community supervision, and court-ordered supervision by the courts for probation. The number of registered sex offenders that we have within the city of Reading is about 372. And we also have 98 registered arsonists within the city of Reading. Of course, the Shasta County numbers would be larger than that. I believe as far as registered sex offenders within Shasta County, it's somewhere around close to 600. On parole, there are 240 persons on parole within the city of Reading, and of that number, 99 are registered sex offenders. This is just an estimate with district attorney cases that are presently pending. There's about 5,000 cases in the DA's office. Approximately 64% are misdemeanors and 29% are felonies. And I kind of wanted to find I know the statistic is old, 2018, but I just wanted to give some context to, folks that are unsheltered and their connection with law enforcement and justice involvement. About 13% of homeless persons reported being under community supervision. 28% reported a recent release from jail or prison. And about 70% of the homeless population has a history of incarceration. So staff actually met and had several staff meetings with regard to this issue, and we divvied up responsibilities. And what we ended up doing is we contacted a few providers in the community that have sheltering programs through local motels. And they we contacted New Life Discovery, and a letter was sent to No Boundaries with regard to their operations. Staff actually got in contact with the New Life Discovery Project, and we toured their administration offices as well as one of the motel facilities on North Market Street, the Abode, otherwise known as the Roadway. And staff also contacted and researched other issues in the community. As far as parole, Chief Barner met with the state parole executive team about placement of non-Shasta County parolees in Shasta County. Chief Barner also contacted Partnership Health and spoke with them about their community supports program. And as far as the community supports program, if you aren't aware of what this is, Partnership Health for their participants in Shasta County, the community supports program actually funds programs such as housing navigation, short-term post-hospitalization, medical respite, respite services, personal care, housing tenancy, and some other community supports that assist homeless persons in trying to navigate their way to permanent housing. Chief Barner also contacted WestCare, which is a national placement program for justice-involved individuals. It is a national program. They have locations in other states, of course, as well as in California. Of course, motels have been utilized as interim shelters since, I believe it was 2019 with regard to Project Room Key, which was a state program. And since that time, along with various grants that have happened over the last number of years, interim sheltering programs have continued to operate in local motels. Now, New Life Discovery Program and No Boundaries are a few of the providers that actually master lease units from motels. New Life Discovery actually master leases entire motels, while presently No Boundaries, as I understand it, is only master leasing 30 units at the Guest Place Motel. Other nonprofits, they have what are called motel vouchers, and they utilize a number of motels in the community. Shasta Community Health Center, Pathways to Housing, they actually provide motel vouchers to the owners of those motels for individuals to be able to stay in those motels, and it could be a week, it could be longer than that. Some of the motels that are presently being utilized in this capacity are the Abode, the Roadway, Shasta Lodge, Travel Inn, Stardust, Deluxe Inn, Sundial Lodge, Guest Place Inn and Suites. 5 of those 7, this will become important later, 5 of those 7 motels are located in the downtown specific plan area. I mentioned program funding for these motel interim shelter projects, Partnership Health with their community support programs, specialized treatment for optimized programming, which is the STOP program, which I believe is the WestCare program. And there are, of course, additional state-funded grant programs that fund interim shelter programs, including probation realignment. And just as far as trying to nail down perhaps where if we are having justice-involved individuals coming into our community from outside of our community, New Life Discovery Project does not receive individuals from out of our area. No Boundaries actually has in the past under their WestCare program. However, that program is no longer being funded, and that stopped being funded in August of 2025. Just for reference, the City of Reading Housing Department is not funding either one of these projects. We do have some motel vouchers contracts we are basically funding through the end of this month, and that's through Shasta Community Health and one other local provider. As far as some demographics, like I've said, there really is not a concentration of out-of-the-area parolees throughout all programs. Most participants are local, although a significant portion of the homeless population has some history of justice involvement. After Chief Barnard did contact parole, we've only had one parolee from Trinity County since that time. And that's probably been a month or two. Just some zoning and motel use considerations. As far as zoning requirements, the use of motels as shelters or transitional housing programs requires compatible zoning, including compliance with any specific plan overlays. As staff was talking about this issue, it seems that the residential hotel classification within our current zoning code is most describes what these motels are being used for. And it allows for semi-transient or permanent residence. One thing I wanted to point out, and I had mentioned it earlier, is some motel owners are actually mixing shelter programs along with essentially tourists coming into their motels, which may not be a good thing to do. The roadway or the abode is designated general commercial. That's on the northern part of Market Street. And under this general commercial zoning designation, this allows for residential hotel use with an approved use permit. We also looked at another one of New Life Discovery's projects, which is located at the Shasta Lodge, which is in the downtown specific plan area. This zoning designation would not allow a residential hotel. And second to that, we also talked about tax, TOT tax taxes that we are not actually receiving because these motels are being utilized for longer-term stays. So staff's direction at this point, after having these internal discussions, staff plans to research consequences to the transit occupancy tax and possible remedies regarding lost revenue. We would like to research and investigate whether owners of residential, multifamily, and single-family units should obtain business licenses. We are looking at researching business license software and database management system to enhance current software to track program-related motel, supportive housing, transitional, and rental activities. Staff is looking for direction from City Council with regard to how you feel we should be looking at these interim sheltering motels and what the zoning designation and classification should be. Should we limit homeless programs to the residential hotel use classification? This would eliminate these uses in the downtown specific plan area because the downtown specific plan does not provide for this use classification, and if it doesn't provide for it, you can't do it. We would also be seeking direction regarding the timing and enforcement to remove these uses. Alternatively, we would like to amend, or the possibility is to amend the downtown specific plan to actually allow for these uses, or to develop a new use classification and update the zoning code to determine where this type of use should be allowed within the city. And this concludes our informational report. We're available for any questions.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers, so we're going to get through the speakers first, and then we'll circle back to questions and feedback from council members. Looks like Tim, Tim, if you're here, you're up first. And Susan, you'll be up next. So.
Good evening. I'm Tim Weatherald. I'm the CEO of New Life Discovery Project. We do operate 5 hotels in Reading that provide temporary short-term housing. In a sense, you could say that we really act more as an extended stay motel. Our funding through Partnership Medi-Cal is a maximum of 182 days. I totally understand the concern, especially with justice-involved parole. We started out, like a lot of the people in this space, just kind of taking rooms here and there at different motels or hotels. But what we found is that by doing a master lease, we can provide services, we can supervise, we have some amount of control and accountability. We can limit and, for instance, we don't take registered sex offenders, arsons, and we can provide a better service and achieve our goals of helping people establish long-term housing. This year alone, we will have helped 150, at least just in Reading, homeless people into long-term, sustainable, permanent housing through our programs. And one of the things when you look at the motels that we lease, the Shasta Lodge, the Stardust, and the Deluxe especially, it's much better for the city for us to be managing these hotels than what they were being used for. By the hour, you had drug dealers, you had prostitution, you had all kinds of people that frankly weren't tourists to Reading. They were basically people that were using those motels to commit further crimes, endanger the community. They were run down. And we take care of our properties. We take care of the people in them. We have 24-hour supervision and security. And we work closely with the RPD to make sure that people are in compliance and that they aren't causing trouble. They're not on the streets. And we provide a service that not only helps clean up these streets, but achieves the goal of getting people permanently into housing that's sustainable. We help them find jobs, we help them with resumes, we help them in recovery, we stabilize them if they have psychiatric or mental illness problems. We provide a lot of services that frankly we're not paid for by our community center on Placer. And some of your staff members toured that facility, and if you were to ask them, I think they would tell you that it's pretty impressive.
Thank you, Tim. Your time is up, but no, we're grateful you spoke today. Thank you very much. Susan, you're up.
Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. Crime and criminals in the city of Reading. That's what visitors see online when they are looking to visit somewhere in Northern California, especially Reading. It is all over the news, Nextdoor, and Facebook, which includes Reading Crime and Community Alert, Shasta County, and Reading Crime 2.0, etc. Even though the city of Reading has been advertising amenities that the city has to offer to encourage people to come for a visit or a vacation, so they can see for themselves the world-class trout fishing on the Sacramento River, the beautiful Sundial Bridge with walking and biking trails, Turtle Bay, Whiskeytown Lake, and Shasta Lake. Sounds like heaven, doesn't it? We have to ask ourselves, why are visitors and vacationers not coming to Reading? Well, when they start reading and investigating that type of area it is, maybe it is because of what they are reading. Could it be as to the crime, homelessness, and the parolees that are housed in our hotels and motels? Is it really a surprise to us why the TOT tax and sales tax has been on the decline the last few months or even a year or so. It doesn't matter how beautiful any area is if the people do not feel safe due to crime and the homeless population. They are not going to come and bring their families. One of the B&Bs in the area is barely staying afloat because people that have booked a room have canceled, and the owners have asked why they are canceling, and the people have told the owners that it's due to the crime in the city. How can these businesses survive? That takes a direct hit to both our TOT tax and sales tax. Also, a business are losing out on the chance of sales tax and gas tax, sales as to gas or food, et cetera, in the Reading or Shasta County. And if that isn't enough, that is going on in the city of Reading. It is the No Boundaries Transitional Housing Program that are being paid to house high-risk offenders without telling the public. Parolees, including arsonists and registered sex offenders in our hotels, motels, some of which are not from the county or state. Years ago, the only felons that came back after being paroled to the Shasta County were the ones that got sentenced out of Shasta County, but it has changed. Now, No Boundaries has brought in these sex offenders and arsons and placed them in our hotels, motels. So with this all going on, why would visitors want to come? I understand that you as the City Council and Reading Police Department have been researching why this is happening, and I am hopeful this can be resolved soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. John, you're up, so are you here? And if I can hand out participation points or loyalty points, you are sliding into first position today, so it's good job. So, Carla, you're going to be up after John, so.
Hello, my name is John Pruitt. I'm a resident of the city of Reading, and I'm aware that parolees and probationers have a lower rate of recidivism if they're provided with support, and I think that that's a good idea to support them and try and reduce that recidivism and protect the public from that by supporting those people as much as we can. And I'm just curious how much increase in crime and cost of prosecution and re-incarceration we've been experiencing since these programs have been put into place. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. Carla, you're up.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out the hypocrisy of the council. I read in the Record Searchlight that the state didn't inform you about the program housing parolees, including alleged sex offenders in the local motels. Yet you did the same exact thing to my neighborhood. You entered into a lease with Shasta County to build, next to my home, a sheriff's complex that will serve and house these same type of people. You did this without notifying us.
Thank you, Carla. All right, we have two council members here. Councilmember Danuka and then Councilmember Munns. You're up after that. So.
First of all, I must thank Chief Barner and Interim Manager Steve Bade and the staff for taking such a lead on this. Like, I asked you guys to really work on it when you had so many other things to do, and you really did it by talking with the state, local agencies, as well as these businesses to at least reduce the flow of these things. So I really appreciate, thank you for all of you. Thank you, Chief. I do feel that we as a small community cannot really absorb anyone outside the area with these past history. I understand that we want to support our own people first. So I would like to see this completely stop, and I appreciate there are two programs I hear about. So do we have any representation from No Boundaries here? Nobody in the room? I'm really disappointed that No Boundaries has not, really listened to public concern. And I appreciate the New Life Discovery Project to at least hear the community concerns. I would seriously consider changing our ordinance for the recommendation, what the staff made for the first recommendation, to limit that to residential hotel only, so that we can limit it in our area. I would seriously consider that. can you give me some stats that how many no boundaries have and how many NLDP has?
Presently, No Boundaries has 30 rooms at the Guest Place Hotel, which is next to I-5. And they have 30, I don't know what the total number of participants they have. Sometimes they double up in those rooms. But as I understand it, between registered sex offenders and registered arsonists, there are 30 persons in that location.
And how many of the parolees have NLDP has?
I do not know the total number of parolees at that location.
You would know, right?
Let's,
No, the total.
let's not interact with the public, so.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have a microphone.
Okay.
Nobody can hear him and.
Well,
so,
okay,
yeah.
that's fine. So I would like to see our council to seriously consider three things. One, that limit this to residential hotel types only, and enforce that as soon as practically possible, humanly possible. Second, also consider the business license for these businesses, which currently is not a requirement, and put certain conditions on that business license to stay in a good standing. And the third thing which really bothers me is you told me that some of the hotels are being used for mixed use, travelers as well as these people.
Yes.
So that, can we limit that legally? Can we pass an ordinance that mixed use would not be allowed because, as a traveling family on I-5 with little kids, you wouldn't even know who's living in that. That really bothers me.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit more of a question for planning and building, but I'm not convinced that it actually is allowed under the existing code.
Okay.
We could take a look at that, but I don't know that we currently have a designation for something that would fall into multiple categories along those lines. If nothing else, the higher level of regulation would apply.
Okay, so if it is limited by our current code, then I would like the code enforcement to come heavily down on that. And if it is allowed by the current code, then I would like the ordinance to upgrade that.
Can I ask on that one point, would it be possible to give a notification at the hotel at check-in to say, so that anybody coming in is just aware that that is present so that they can make an informed decision?
Yes, you may be able to. Well, I would suggest first step would be to see whether it's even permissible for those uses to be mixed under the existing code. If it is, then we could look at a potential ordinance that might impose a notification
disclosures or something.
requirement
Okay.
along those
Well,
lines.
but to that point, I will only say that, if you're a traveling family on I-5 and your car breakdowns, and even if someone informs you, you may not, kind of think about it so much. So I would completely prohibit it.
I
if
would
it's
too.
not- yeah.
I'm just saying that if they can't do that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're
Then
saying.
if they can't.
Got you.
There's something has to be done.
Let's go to Councilor Munns and we can circle back to you if you got more too, okay?
I'm done, thank you.
All right.
Chief Barner, can you just come up and expound on a lot of the stuff that you discovered, please?
Yeah, so we had been hearing from the public regarding these concerns and started looking into it and digging into it. Kind of the reason that we started was we had 30 sex offenders show up at records and they needed to do an address change. And so that really triggered us to start looking into why we were getting so many sex offenders and why they were moving. Just today, we had 10 come in from the Guest Place under No Boundaries. They move rooms within 28 days to try to kind of skirt the rules of the 28-day rule. So it's just a lot of work for our records clerks to deal with. Really everything came back to Partnership Health. That's the state and the funding that's provided. They provide the 6 months of free housing to the nonprofits. The concern is that, when these sex offenders, when the people that are in these Partnership Health programs, the state does not require to compile any data for how many of those people go into long-term housing. But we see an influx at the police department of people on the street. And we found that because once the 6 months is run out, there's no long-term housing. And so they're put out on the street. And that's what our officers are dealing with. We're also seeing that a lot of people are coming from out of the area. Our officers on the street talking to people from other states and other areas. They're coming to Reading because we have the the nonprofits and the for-profits that are bringing them in for free 6-month housing. With the concern is, though, that there is no long-term housing for them. So good meetings that we've had with everybody. You know, Parole was great. They brought in their A team from Sacramento, but the benefit of that, was Sheriff Johnson, myself, and Anderson Police Chief Collins. The benefit with that is that, as the presentation talked about earlier, that was 3 months ago. We haven't had, the one from Trinity County is the only out-of-area parolee that we've had. So that's good news. So Parole listened, and it's good to be the squeaky wheel and kind of call their bluff on that. Other than that, we continue to have these conversations and try to encourage the motel owners that are running and allowing these, and then the for-profits and nonprofits, just to be good stewards of our community. If you're going to have these, don't bring people in from out of the area. Don't bring parolees from out of the area. They are the ones that can limit this and not bring them into Reading. The other concern is, the downtown there's a lot of momentum going downtown, and the concern is having these people in downtown motels when it's vibrant downtown right now. Last weekend was great. I expect the same this weekend. We want to keep that momentum going, and is this what we want in our downtown corridor? And so that's the question for you guys to discuss and decide.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I love that you're giving a plug for the downtown market quietly, but
That's right.
it is a great place
Opening
to be
night.
at, right? Thank you. Councilmember Audette, I saw your name earlier. Oh, there it is again, so, yep.
Don't worry, I'll never stop.
All right. Good.
So, Dr. Danuka, are you making a motion for those three things?
Yes. I would like to, but I just want everyone to comment first.
Yeah, do we need to, because I'll second that. Do we need to add then, Chief Barner, would we need to add this loophole where they shift every 28 days to avoid being there for 30, you have 30 days and out? Like, is there something that we need to address or a way to do that?
And before she goes, are we able to make a motion? This is an information item. Are we able to take action on this, or are we just able to provide feedback to it?
Yeah, at this point, the motion would just be a mechanism for providing direction and feedback to staff.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
I think it was a recent government code 1954 that made that illegal, forcing people to move every 28 days if they're staying in a program or at a motel.
But, so why are they shifting every?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really know. It could be just educational. I think folks need to be educated.
That they don't have to do that anymore?
No.
That they can just stay?
But see, the reason why they actually do that is because if you're in a program in a motel, then you're in a program. If you're not in a program, you're considered a tenant after 30 days. So what they do is they move people every 30 days so they're not considered a tenant and then subject to California tenant laws.
Mr. Mayor, this actually gets a little bit more complicated than that. If the council would like, I'd be happy to give you a memo with some brief legal analysis on that. But there's going to be different status for the purpose of what use classification they qualify for our zoning code versus what they're doing to evade potential tenancy under California housing law. And I believe that the legislation that's being referenced is specific to the California housing law and specific programs, as opposed to our land use authority and how that's being regulated within the city of Reading. So I think there's a number of different pieces of this that we're going to need to take a look at and make sure that they're fitting together in the way that's achieving the council's objectives.
So for purposes of this motion, should we include something like that, or are you already doing that and you'll get back to us?
Yeah, we can take a look at that. Okay. If you want a specific memo, I can give it to you. Otherwise, frankly, this is just something we'd look at as part of the overall regulatory picture. And if we have a recommendation there, we would bring it forward.
Okay, then I'll second your motion for those three items.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Resner, I think you were going to speak, or did you have something?
I wanted to ask some clarifying questions about the motion or items to bring back. So Investigate whether owners of residential, multi, and single-family units should obtain business license. That was on your list, yes? And then, and for staff to bring back research business license, software and database. And then limit homeless population to residential hotel use clarification, and then also bring back to us recommendations in terms of mixed use,
Yeah, so,
or mixing
yeah,
those.
so basically, as per the.
Eliminate
Yeah,
mixing.
as per the staff recommendation, I would like to make the motion to bring back an ordinance to limit the downtown business area use to, sorry. You have
Yeah,
something?
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I think there's a little bit of confusion. The current ordinance actually prohibits that use within the downtown core.
Oh, okay.
And
Gotcha.
requires a use permit in, I think, all or most commercial zones, otherwise within the city. The option that was given to the council was if you wanted to make this legal, we could bring an ordinance back that did, but otherwise I believe staff are obligated to go ahead and proceed to enforcement with respect to these
No,
facilities.
But what they're saying is that right now, they can house these people without the classification of a residential hotel.
Yeah, and I think that was, if I understood correctly, I think that might have been a little bit of confusion on the wording in the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
How many people can we get on this item?
Sorry, I just want to add a little clarification. So we don't, in our zoning code, currently have a use classification for this use. The best use classification we can use is residential hotel.
Okay.
That use classification was created decades ago. That's typically your long stay hotel, your whatever, home
America,
suites situation, right? Long-term stays. That's what that was intended to capture. Certainly our zoning code, when it was drafted, didn't envision this type of use coming in to our hotel motels. So it's the best definition we have. We could redefine it in our zoning code and make it very specific to this use, and then you could very much control when and where it goes. But for now, this is the best we have to work with. And to reiterate the city attorney's point, as a residential hotel, it is not allowed in the downtown specific plan area today. That's current law. So they have 4 active uses happening. So we were wanting some direction from the council on the expediency of enforcement and what your thoughts are there. And then the general commercial, the roadway, which I guess is called the abode now, they need a use permit if they want to continue operating. Now, a use permit approval comes with a discretionary approval process. It could come all the way to the city council through planning commission. You could also condition use permits to do certain things that's been discussed today. So when you have a discretionary permit issued, you can condition that use the way you see fit to make sure it protects health, safety, welfare, and the like. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit.
Right, so basically, right now, we are not, they are not required to use a residential hotel designation, right?
That's how we interpret it
No,
currently.
yeah, and
I would say.
just to clarify, when we say it's the closest one, if it doesn't fit within residential hotel, it's not allowed, period. So we do believe that based on our analysis so far, that is the appropriate classification under the zoning table, and that it is subject to that treatment under the existing zoning code.
Okay.
So what do you need from us to
That's what we are
proceed
trying to
with
figure out.
your items that were listed on the last slide?
So one thing that would help me is in terms of, and I put it up there as an option, hearing from the council, I don't think this is where you'd want to go. I mean, we could change our downtown specific plan to allow
That's not where
residential
we wanna
uses.
go.
I didn't think that would be what I hear from you, but I want a clarification. Another point of direction would be helpful to us. This is going to go proceed with code enforcement. So it would help me to understand what parameters you expect of staff. We can take it through our typical process. What's the expediency? What's the severity? Otherwise, we'll handle it just as we would routine business. That can take some time. So we have to do code enforcement action downtown. And then the use permit, we need to proceed with accepting an application from the operator to then walk them through the use permit process. But as of right now, they're operating without one.
So that was going to be my question moving forward, is there a timeline for when we can expect to see enforcement of the zoning
Well, we
regulations
can enforce
here,
it just
or-
as fast as we're directed. You know, it would fall on our code enforcement team.
But in
We've
some
already-
ways, should we already be enforcing that? Because that's within your parameters and rights to do that, so.
We can. We have pretty wide latitude and discretion though on timing and how quickly we act. And so generally that's at staff's, purview. Hearing from the council tonight helps me sort of gauge what level we put this in priority and where it falls in the stack for enforcement for us. But we go through the process, we do a notification, we do a notice of violation, we work with the operator to rectify the situation. Yeah.
Let me just understand this, because it says in your recommendation, council direction to staff, limit homeless programs to residential hotel use as classification. Is that something you are asking us to vote on now or give you direction, or you can do that already?
Can do that already. I'm mostly asking, I posed the question, I think knowing the answer, do you want to change current regulation to be more permissive? What I'm hearing is no.
No.
So we have that regulation in place now.
Okay.
Now it's a matter of enforcement.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
And we definitely want to have the proper legal notice, and we want to make sure that you also take their practical consideration in mind as humanly as possible. But we want you to enforce it, right? Am I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Speak.
Yes.
The second thing is that business license should be required, and you should have some specific requirement for them to stay in a good standing to maintain the business license.
So I think there was some value to, or explanation in our staff packet about why business licenses weren't required for nonprofits before. Maybe there's some value to that because of time, or I don't know if we can speak to that, if that's a good direction to go.
So I will say, what I'm getting is a little bit of oral history in the city in terms of how that decision-making process was made. But my understanding is that the city's business license ordinance was adopted as a tax prior to the requirements of Prop 26 and Prop 218 that would have made that subject to voter approval. And that when it was adopted as a tax, it was specifically imposed upon the for-profits because of the fact that those would essentially be the revenue generators. And there's a desire not to be taxing the nonprofits, and that it wasn't operating to require the licenses otherwise. We could certainly bring forward an ordinance that would require a business license of the nonprofits. The only fee that they would pay would be any fee that would be associated with the processing. They wouldn't be subject to the any component that would be treated as a tax. But that would allow for consistency in the treatment of these businesses so that you would have the screening and the zoning clearance in advance.
The fee's not that important. It's just that they have a license, that we know who they are, they've registered themselves, and we have a means to contact them and to take, they can or cannot operate if they're not in good standing.
Yeah, so
Maybe
I do not want to change it for all the nonprofits, but for this specific use, we should require a business
I don't think we can discriminate, because then it looks like we are specifically targeting the parolees at that point, so.
So there is a little bit of danger in terms of trying to define the specific use and how that would apply in terms of the treatment and is it going to be passing rational basis, et cetera. I will note from my review on this, it looks like the vast majority of cities do require business licenses for all nonprofits. It's a relatively simple requirement, and really the purpose is just to make sure that someone has checked to actually see that you are complying with the zoning in that area before you set up shop, and then it's a code enforcement issue.
Okay, so we do have a motion. I don't know if there's more discussion, but I'd like to hear that motion again. I know we've heard ideas, just so we know what we're voting on. And maybe if we can jumble that together and hear what what's been proposed.
Do you need a motion and a vote from us, or was consensus okay?
Consensus.
Consensus is
Do
fine.
you feel like you got what we're looking for? But who do we need to direct about business licenses for
Well, we'll
nonprofits?
just include that as part of we're still, I would say we're only halfway through this process.
Okay.
So we now know some further direction. As Jeremy was alluding to, we did already send out some code enforcement letters to a few of the addresses that are, they're actively running the larger programs, I would say. So we need to do some more due diligence with other facilities that are doing the same thing, so we can get some clarity on, we want to make sure we cover the whole city of Reading. It's important for us to hit that use correctly. So we have some more work to do. I just really wanted to make sure we brought, a concerted answer back to council. And it has taken a number of staff to get here because there's a lot of moving parts. We're also looking at some other programs and working with a program like Aegis too on Hartnell to address a number of those issues that are coming from that facility. So it goes beyond just the housing, but we want to make sure we're addressing all of them.
And also enforce that prohibiting the mixed use.
Correct. Yeah.
And could you give us a timeline then? Would you please give us an update or a progress report in 1 month? Is that reasonable?
We could probably bring another update back in
Okay.
January, like the
Thank you.
second meeting in January.
I would think too, if we were made aware of the intermixing of uses at a property, to the city attorney's previous point, we would regulate that with the more restrictive use. And so if a hotel motel had transient occupants, your typical visitors and tourists, intermixing with a residential hotel use, I would just say they would be regulated per the residential hotel use, which would require a use permit and a conditional use permit issued by your planning commission. So we can do that today with the current laws in effect.
Please do.
And I would note that the conditional use permit would also be a mechanism by which you could impose those notice requirements.
Right.
Okay.
And one more clarifying question, if I may. So am I hearing from council then for this type of use that's outside of the downtown specific planning area, i.e. North Market and the general commercial zoning, is this council okay with proceeding with our current regulation, which allows that use with a use permit?
So they should apply for use permit.
Correct, and I will walk them through that process
Yes.
as I would anyone else.
Yes.
To be clear, we have current noncompliance, so you may want to be clear to the council as to how that would be handled.
In terms of grandfathering?
Well, not in terms of grandfathering, because it wouldn't be grandfathered because it was noncompliant.
Yeah,
But
non-compliant.
in terms of what that would mean for any code enforcement proceedings while an application was pending.
Right. I don't know how much detail you want me to get into now, or if you want to help me with that, but I mean, we would walk them through submitting the application and working through the process, not knowing really what the eventual outcome would be in terms of how that project would be conditioned at this juncture.
Yeah.
You know, and it is a discretionary approval, so we obviously can't guarantee that it would even be an approved use.
And just where I was going with that was, would there be any forbearance in enforcement action while the application was pending? Or would enforcement proceed and the activity would need to stop until the use permit was obtained?
Oh, so in the.
No,
in the-
sorry,
in the-
sir, we can't.
In the interim is what you're saying. So like, what do you do, if we're gonna go this route, do we keep them there while we work this out? Because they're currently there.
Right. I don't know. I'd kind of look at my city attorney
Well,
for some
let
guidance
me
on that.
respond. So we've done this before. We've had programmatic issues before. And we worked with the property owners and the program operators at No Boundaries at a prior facility location. We worked with them as they transitioned out because we don't want 240 people on the street.
Yeah.
We're here to, we know that they're operating a good program. It's just not the correct location for that use. And so I would recommend that we would go forward
Absolutely.
and help them
We
facilitate.
give them the opportunity and all the full support to bring this into compliance.
Yes.
And in a good standing.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we've provided a lot of feedback, so we might be able to move on unless there's any other comments from
Perfect.
anybody
Thank you.
else. I don't want to leave anybody else.
Yes, thank
Like
you.
there's a conversation out there that will,
Does does that cover it?
is there anything else you both might want to say? It sounds really exciting, actually, so. No.
No, we're just trying to get clarification. I think we've got the direction, unless Director Pagan thinks that he needs anything further.
Can I just ask that you would email to us the list of hotels that this designation would now affect, so that we have a scope and an understanding of, right? Because if we say that this type of use is now residential,
Residential hotel.
we are thinking of what you listed, but that it could actually encompass many more, I'm assuming. There's others.
So you're
Would you at
asking for
least just give us a list?
existing hotel motel buildings that are in the zoning for which they could get a use permit to do this? Is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Don't you want the scope to understand? So if someone asks us, we know, what those things are.
Yeah, I think we could do an analysis to give that information to the council.
Okay.
And that's regardless of whether they're operating a program of this type, just if they are hotels, motels. Did I have that right?
Right, because if
Yeah.
they move,
If they
if for some
could.
reason they move out of that and go to somewhere else, you know what I mean? At least we'll have an understanding of where those zones would be, and the public would then be able to know that as well.
Yeah, I think we could do a GIS exercise and or do an analysis to see where those building types are and in which zoning districts they are.
Okay.
And we can provide that, but I would also say, prior to any of that use commencing, they would need to have the use permit, which would mean that it would be a notice process.
Yes.
And there would be discretionary permit review.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, let's move it along. So 9.1E, consider establishment of financial oversight committee. This has come up in discussion at our prior council meetings. I think I can give credit to multiple council members around us that came up with this idea. We're going to discuss this today, might have some overlap in discussion regarding our existing audit committee. So I think we're going to turn this over to Steve, and then as we get into council feedback, my thinking is there's going to be a lot of feedback and ideas here, so maybe we might just do some rapid-fire discussion and keep circling back so we can give everybody a chance to speak. So I'm excited to see this come back and see what kind of result we get for this. So Steve, you can take it away. Start us
Thank
out.
you.
Okay.
All right. So in staff's due diligence, so through this process of understanding what a financial oversight committee is, we reviewed a number of other cities that had formed and maintained financial oversight committees. And we identified two different categories for these committees. First, similar to the city of Reading, many jurisdictions have audit committees responsible for reviewing audits of past expenditures. These committees may review both internal and external audit results, in addition to setting audit priorities and identifying areas for future audits. In larger districts, the internal and external audit functions may be given to separate committees, which work in conjunction with a dedicated city auditor or city controller position. Examples of this structure you find in something like Las Vegas, San Francisco, San Jose, some larger jurisdiction. The city currently has an audit committee, which is comprised of the mayor and vice mayor, and the city combines both the internal and external audit functions into this single audit committee. As a standing committee of the council, the audit committee is a Brown Act body, publicly noticed meetings. Staff did not look at any original organizing documents, but based on the review of the agendas, the audit committee is to meet regularly to consider the results of the city's annual external audit. The audit committee then advances the results of the annual external audit for consideration by the council. The committee also meets and considers modifications to audit contracts, including extensions and the selection of new auditors. The city does not have an internal auditor or controller position, but Policy 425 delegates that the internal audit function of the city to the finance division, and further states that due to the limited staff time available to work on internal audit items, finance will set those priorities, which are then also reviewed by the audit committee. Second, several jurisdictions employ a different kind of committee that participates in the budgeting process by reviewing projections on future revenues and/or expenses. The purpose of these committees is to provide additional technical expertise that can assist in budget accuracy and transparency. For example, the city of Las Vegas engages a financial advisory committee that includes local stakeholders such as economists, hoteliers, and representatives from the Home Builders Association. Per that City of Las Vegas budget summary, these members provide perspectives into the city's revenue projections and sometimes expenditure assumptions. By including representatives from key local industries, this type of committee can provide insight into local economic trends that practice, which also they'll give you insight on local economic trends, which is a little different compared to what the city of Reading does, where we rely on an outside forecasting model provided by Muni Services. So they provide the forecasting models, and then we as our executive staff use that as a basis to create revenue assumptions, which are then reviewed and adjusted and approved by council. So we're just using that forecasting model just as a basis to understand what the economy is how it's acting. These two different types of committees are not mutually exclusive. In Las Vegas, that city utilizes both a financial advisory committee looking at revenue assumptions in upcoming budgets and an audit oversight committee to review audits of past expenditures. Each function provides a different benefit. As such, the committees have different needs in terms of member expertise, meeting schedule, and structure. As part of our due diligence, we also found an article that was in Western City that we thought was very good, and we provided that to council as a reference. And they stated that these committees, composed of community members, aim to increase city government transparency and build accountability. It goes on to warn of potential pitfalls, highlighting that clear direction is needed to avoid duplicating of staff work, creating competing priorities and workload for staff, and/or challenging the governance and authority of the council. The article recommends establishing clear steps to avoid the pitfalls that could include articulating clear direction from council on the mission and role of the committee, setting clear roles and responsibilities, adopting a standing committee resolution or a code of conduct for that committee, providing training and orientation to all involved, appoint a city council member and or staff liaison, clearly delineate the level of commitment or committee staff support to be provided, consider sunset provisions or term, and then regularly review the purpose and mission of the committee. There are 2 staff recommendations this evening before you. If council is supportive for the audit committee, staff is recommending drafting a resolution to formalize the composition of the members for that committee, terms of the members, purpose of the committee, and then also that schedule that would go along with that committee. Secondly, the staff or city does not currently have a committee that provides forward-looking recommendations on revenue and expense projections to assist the city budget process. If the council is interested in creating a committee similar to what is used in other cities, staff would draft a resolution establishing the Financial Oversight Committee, structure specifying the selection process and composition of members, the term of those members, purposes of the committee, and then also a meeting schedule. So very similar to the audit committee, just formalizing those both in resolutions. In regard to the committee selection process, each city typically uses its own appointment structure. In the city of Reading, appointments are made by the mayor, subject to approval of the full council, with terms staggered in order to allow for diversity of the appointments. Staff could prepare a draft resolution with the same model or another process, say each member chooses their own representative. Could also be another consideration and has been expressed by some council members. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Also, our Finance Services Director, Greg Robinette, is available, and then our City Attorney, Curtis, is also available. We all had a hand in this research and trying to figure out which the best direction is for council in these committees. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving forward, I know there's a couple considerations of what's up for discussion. We'll be looking at the establishment of the Financial Oversight Committee, whether we want to have that overlap and combined with the Audit Committee. I get the feeling that we might want to have those 2 separated with the Audit Committee and Financial Oversight, but that's definitely something for us to discuss. The staff is looking for feedback as far as what that committee will look like on each of the Audit or Financial Oversight Committee if those separated. How many members we'll pick, what the terms of that look like, and that seems to be a lot of things that staff is asking for consideration. So, Councilmember Resner, I see you're up to speak, so I'll give you the floor.
I'm anticipating that we'll probably round robin this a bit, but I would like to authorize staff to draft a resolution formalizing audit committee. The structure that I would like involved. Do you want us to do each of them at once? Because I think you're probably right. I think that a majority of us want those to be item 1, item 2.
Let's flesh that out real quick, and maybe that way we can get consensus. That'll help build our discussion. Is there consensus that we want these 2 separated, or is there any feedback from other council members here that would like to see these combined into one body?
I would say that I don't mind being combined, just less staff time spent on it, as well as I think it makes sense for us to combine that if we structure it right.
So my conversation with staff was time is not of concern, and maybe staff can
Yeah, I
highlight
guess it
that.
depends on the number of meetings.
There'll be no staff on the financial.
Yeah, but still, it's a Brown Act committee, so, the both are Brown Act committee, so I'm sure there'll be.
Potentially, yes. So, but just asking that question, was there consensus to have them separated, or?
Yeah, I'd like them separated.
You would like them separated?
Yes.
Okay, so we've established that. So
that's
let's- Councilor Resner, you can
Okay, I'll
continue,
make
so.
some recommendations. So for item 1, audit committee, I would like the audit committee to continue to have the mayor and vice mayor. I'm going to suggest quarterly meetings. I think that those meetings should be available and set, calendared, and posted online like where the rest of our meetings are, so that anybody could attend and give public comment. I would like these are my 4 proposed ideas for those quarterly meetings. One of them is a training, since usually there's a rotation of mayor and vice mayor. The second thing is reviewing the internal audit findings or process, each year if there's any improvements or any findings within the internal audits that we would like changed. Considering, one meeting that is considering any modifications or evaluations of the external contracts that we have, selection of new auditors, any sort of feedback surrounding how that process went that year, and then what it feels like it is now, which is just a meeting of the third-party findings to review those before they're presented to council. Those are my high-level, what I would like to go on that audit committee.
So you've given us four, the mayor and the vice mayor to meet quarterly. Were there any other members that you would want added onto that, or is it strictly the mayor and the vice mayor?
That's the way it is currently.
Because that's the way it is currently. So would we want to add a few community members?
No, not to that one, I wouldn't think.
Not to that one. I do have community member
Okay,
suggestions.
fair
in my
enough.
other
So
one.
you suggested meetings quarterly for training, findings, modifications of contracts, and then also, you said third party, I think.
Well, at the moment, we have a third party, an outside auditor who audits us. And the current audit committee meets with that auditor and reviews any of their findings, and that's when they're asking questions. So in my personal opinion, that would be whatever third in whatever structure that quarterly, like when the start date was, based on finance.
Okay, got it.
And then that last one would essentially, the last meeting of those four would essentially be to review and consider any sort of changes going forward in terms of the external auditors.
Okay. Currently, our audit committee meets once per year, and so this would be 4 quarters. Any
correct.
thoughts on that? Anybody else would like to speak on that? Or any ideas?
Good,
on
I'm glad
that?
you.
So, I didn't see, oh, there you are, no, we'll give him, yeah.
Well, I'll be quick on this. So my only feeling on this is audits can get actually very technical. So you really need more of auditing background. Even the financial people, they need to have a specific training in the audits. That can really get very technical. So my suggestion, my change in that presentation will be either, if whosoever you want to appoint should have some kind of more of auditing background in that. And maybe mayor.
Are you saying you want to add two
Or-
members from the outside community to
Either
participate in
that
those?
or mayor or vice mayor, if you're saying that maybe they can designate someone, which could be a public member who has a specific expertise in auditing.
Okay, let's take that idea. We'll see what the rest of us feel about that, as well as about adding other community members or people with expertise, but
Or we can
Councilmember.
designate one, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, sure. Councilmember Bradette, you got something to say?
Yeah. So, having been in one of these meetings, I think how I'd like to enhance it and make it more impactful. I'm good with mayor, vice mayor. I think that's fine. Typically, you've been on council for a while. All people here excluded, because none of us had that happen. But typically, that goes that way, and I think that makes sense. But I think I'm not opposed to quarterly meetings. The findings come out in typically January, or December, whatever, but we meet in January to discuss sort of the findings. And I would say largely the focus is, did it pass the audit? It's not I looked for any of that code or the Council Policy 425. I had asked, have there ever been an internal audit included with that? And I didn't find any. I don't know if you found any. I couldn't find where there was actually an internal audit. Now, I'm sure they'll all argue that the entire thing is an internal audit because they prepare all of that and they give it to the external auditors to check their work. But maybe so that we have a higher value for the idea that that's an internal audit, is that maybe, and I don't know exactly when it could happen, but it would be, I think, great instead of just like, hey, they approved it, it's great, we don't have any material findings, it passed, we performed to this standard. Instead, let's actually talk about what's in it. Because that doesn't really happen where you go through maybe in the beginning part where it's sort of management is discussing the year over year performance, given that it's an audit, and sort of even training wise of like, what's the best way to read this? Because you could probably start ahead of time, like.
Yeah.
The trouble is that you're the mayor right now, so like, if you're not the mayor that following year, so if you start to get training, then you're not in that meeting that next year for that to have been of value. And if you, between now and January, have to get, so maybe it isn't quarterly because we have to jam pack you to get the training, to know what to look for, to sort of see like, hey, these are the pages that most affect you, that you want to be looking at as far as, and why it is written this way, what's excluded, what's included, so that you have some comprehension of what you're looking at. Because in that meeting, the goal
Yeah.
really is to say, we passed. It's not really to say, here's how we performed, which is super valuable for our sake to see what the performance was of that budget and the city and where we are year over year. So I think.
Maybe
I
4
don't-
meetings, just not quarterly. They're just 4
Yeah, I don't
set
know.
meetings
I don't know
that
how to.
make sense.
Because you have a whole
Well-
year, right? But then you're not going to be on the thing the next.
Yeah, good feedback. My perspective is jumping into that audit for the first time. I was raw, I was new, I was green, right? So,
Yeah.
and it didn't mean I was really the expert in the information.
too.
It doesn't necessarily mean I was the most qualified person to be part of that audit committee. Fair, right?
Me too. Same
So,
thing.
my perspective is I think we're looking for better government transparency to build public trust. Council members come and go. We're not here forever. We could be, if we're lucky enough, if we want to be. But we could find a lot of value in bringing in 3 people from the public to participate in the audit that have some sort of expertise and knowledge because they might be more knowledgeable than us. And then we get more questions through the auditing process, and we avoid the issues to where one of us in the council being newly elected that just knows really not a lot about the inner details of government. But we may have some consistency with overlapping 3 community members that continue to serve on this committee, and maybe they continue to get reappointed. So I just think I would love to see 3 people from the community add to that. I don't think the mayor should appoint all 3 of those if we go that route. My suggestion would be if we avoid, and I don't want them all 3 on one term to where then we have to appoint 3 in the future. I think, could there be an idea to appoint 3 people? Maybe the first person serves for a 3-year term, the other person serves for a 2-year term. The next person serves a 1-year term, but when that 1-year term comes up, it turns into a 3-year term. And I think that's just going to add a lot of value, and it's going to avoid the issues of somebody coming on the council that just doesn't have the financial backing or the experience with that. So,
Can I offer a suggestion to that?
Yeah.
Maybe, possibly, because I like the idea that there'd be other people asking questions, and if they're there for more than a few years, they start to learn, because they did the training too, and they're learning what to look for and what to ask. So they're the continuity, and that's what we're looking for. But what about if we did hire a controller to actually a professional to look at all of that, and when it comes to time to sit into that January meeting, they come in and give their assessment, not on did they meet the GATS standards and did they have no material findings, but giving us the understanding of like, here's how that performed year over year. Here's where you would read this. Here's the important pages. Here's what you should go back to your council and report and that type of thing.
So what would be, help me on this, what is the role of the controller? What does the controller do? And is that a high-level position that's going to cost us a lot of money? We love to spend money, right? So, but.
Yeah, well, I would wonder more so like if you had a consultant that came in for like a month, and I actually have no idea how long it would take to look through, and if they would look through the prepared audit, you know what I mean?
But that'll be like what you're suggesting is almost like an outside person.
Yes,
not-
the
not a
outside per-
full-time, 12 months control.
Correct. It would be someone that comes in maybe in December, looks at, I'm not sure exactly when the audit gets passed back to us, if it's December or January. I don't know how many more weeks we have before we approve it. But if at some point they're looking at it, assessing it, they know exactly what to look at, and then they're basically our advisors of what we should be looking at and understanding when we come back into the room. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe a controller, because it would be basically a month, maybe a contract or something.
Could the
to that
structure work to have a controller that is the chair that rotates every year? And so we have a new controller every year that's part of that committee, or?
Well, I'd
does
want a
that not work?
professional, and
Yeah,
I'd want,
I
wouldn't want
might,
that.
I might recommend a little bit of caution in terms of the terminology here and the duties that are going to be assigned. So we might want to be, it sounds like what we're talking about is more of an outside expert that's able to come in and provide some
For an
analysis.
internal audit on like our procedures and our budget, and honestly, to look at that document and say, here's what you need to be looking at. Here's something that, because if we're not, I mean, it's putting a lot on the public to know how to do that.
Yeah. Let's go to, can we go to Councilor Resner, or do we
Real
want to
quick,
answer that?
could I just
I
get
want to hear from Greg
Director
Robinette.
Robinette, just to provide clarification on what that schedule looks like when, for the documents, when when this audit committee is really going to be active, and so he can give some clarification.
And what does the committee actually do?
Yes. So I think Councilmember Audette pointed out that, there really has never been any discussion of internal audits. I went back through all the meeting minutes all the way back to 2015, which happens to coincide with my time here. I started in late 2014. The reality is we've never done any internal auditing, so there's never been a report. The theory of internal auditing is it would actually cover different subject areas than the external audit book. So maybe council would show up and say, hey, we want you to go look into travel expenses, and are people following the travel policies, or overtime, or something like that. And so that's what Council Policy 425 currently does, is it delegates that to the finance department, because we do have people who in our department have performed audits in different capacities. Myself, I worked at the IRS. We have another person who worked at an outside audit firm before. So we do have people who have done that and can help mentor other staff members. And most all of us have completed accounting coursework that gives you the understanding of what audits are. So we definitely have the staff internally to be able to do that. It's just a matter of having the bandwidth across all of our responsibilities to do it. So I think the internal audit function is a very different role than the external audit function. To Councilmember Audette's point, we haven't ever had a report on that. So I think to Councilmember Resner's point, that would be one of the meetings potentially, is maybe setting a priority, reporting back on the activities that we've done in the internal audit area over the past year. Maybe one of the meetings would cover recommendations that the audit committee has for council for policy changes or procedure changes as a result of either internal or external audit findings, because I think either one could and should precipitate a need for a change in policy or procedure if it was necessary. And then I think the fourth meeting around training or something to that effect, it sounds like a great idea, but I definitely think those 3 meetings make a lot of sense to me as I heard them being discussed up here. I'm not sure if there were other questions that I didn't cover.
What's the schedule for when you guys get the audit back?
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
that's,
we meet?
yeah, sorry. Thanks. So the schedule currently, the year end closes June 30th. We in finance work towards completing all of our audit work over the fall months. We usually complete our audit work mid-October. We're kind of done with what we call the entity-wide statement, and we start to turn information over to our auditors. Our auditors then start going through and basically testing all of our procedures, and we call them internal controls for shorthand. It's basically a document that solidifies the way your policies and procedures work together, and then it's a way for the external auditors to come in and make sure you're following the procedures you told them you would follow. And if you're not, you'll likely find an audit finding in your external audit. Frankly, that could be something we could unearth in an internal audit as well. But our external auditors, they complete their work usually mid to late December. We're always pushing them to get it earlier in December, but usually mid to late December. We meet with the audit committee. I always feel like this is very jam-packed because we get the book late December. We're trying to schedule an audit committee meeting for the first week in January so we can show up here the second meeting in January. I personally would like to give us a little more breathing room there, and maybe the audit committee could meet the sometime first or second meeting, and we bring the actual ACFR to council first meeting in February. I think that would just, because right now it is, Char's shaking her head because she's experienced it. We're trying to get on people's calendars, and it's just a really tight turnaround to then turn around staff reports for council's consideration at the second meeting in January.
So I know that we got our report, I believe this year on March 15th.
Yeah, this year was our first year out of the new system, so we were delayed by about a month and a half.
But are we still within statute?
Yeah, okay, so the deadline, the big deadline that we're up against, well, there's 2 big deadlines. One, you have state controller's office.
Right.
That reporting's due at the end of January. The other big deadline that we're up against is frankly the GFOA award that we apply for and receive every year, and they want that submitted by the end of December. Both of those you can submit extension requests. That's what we did last year. So we were still within all of our extension requests and meeting our obligations with them and notifying them what was going on. It's not abnormal. I think I talked about this a year ago. It's not abnormal when you undergo a significant system change. I mean, our auditor said that it can be delayed over a year at times. They've seen that happen. And so us being only about a month and a half later wasn't a big deal, and we were able to get everything turned in on time with proper extensions that were filed.
So that's not normal. We
That's not
wouldn't
normal,
normally
and,
be
and
able to wait
I'm
that
expecting
long.
this year, we're
Okay.
cutting it close, but we're gonna be on normal timing again.
So really, you only have, as far as when you could, once you've become the mayor and the vice mayor, and you're gonna be in that meeting, you really only have a couple weeks.
Yeah, it's a
to
it's
do
a very
all of-
quick onboarding process. You're right. If you, to your point, I think you're alluding to yourself.
Yeah.
You were brand new to council
Brand new.
pretty much, and then you were on the audit
1 month,
committee, right?
so I beat you.
It was brutal.
Yeah, so it's, I hear what you're saying. So maybe we do schedule some type of training in December, the training meeting. So maybe it's not a quarterly meeting, I think is what you're suggesting?
You tell us, like, if we really want to empower them, whoever it's going to be, I mean, I personally would not be opposed to all of us being trained on this. And then
Yeah.
That's
whomever
a fair
becomes the
idea.
mayor or vice mayor,
idea.
then they actually get to implement it better. But we would probably ask better questions when it came back.
Yeah.
And/or we would understand what the feedback you're giving. I think it might be better, you know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
this year,
I don't remember who said it, but I think there was an idea along these lines of trying to come up with like formalized how we onboard council members.
Me.
Okay.
Please.
And so
With a
actually,
binder.
I think we could, include this as part of that. Like, here's what the ACFR is, here's, what your role is as part of the audit committee. I think that's a good idea for any council member to receive that information. And then figuring out the best way to coordinate that with the audit committee meetings, I think is a thought process we need to think through more. I don't think we necessarily need to address it tonight, but I'm hearing the thought process. I think we can address that as part of these recommendations we bring forward.
I think for the public, when they think audit, they're not thinking of what this committee is looking at. It's an external audit. We are talking about is the external audit passing, but we want to sort of bolster what this audit committee could be. And one of those things would probably be to educate all of us. So what would you recommend as a time? So maybe we can't do that necessarily this year because it's going to happen in January. But like, what do you think, given we know we're going to move forward, do you think quarterly would make sense if we have a year on ramp because we're not going to do it for this year? What do you think?
I personally think quarterly makes sense from a staff resource standpoint, so we're not stacking them on top of each other. It gives I think the idea of having them standing, they're going to be held. There's going to be certain subject areas we expect to cover, but there might be things that come up through the course of the year that need to be added to those meetings for any number of reasons. I think quarterly makes sense. I think we definitely need to be thoughtful with how we onboard council members and prepare council members to serve on the audit committee, because I think you bring up a very valid point that we're probably not doing enough of that right now to help you all understand what that document is intended to do, what it is doing, what is it telling you, what can you learn from it that helps you all make decisions as you move forward into the future. So I absolutely hear what you're saying, and it certainly will be something, no matter what cadence we decide the meetings will be on, I think I'm taking that to heart and thinking through how we can do a better job of that.
Yeah, and the resource of what an internal audit was intended to be, because I think that sounds like, a forensic audit is this specific thing we're going to go deeper into. So before we have to get to that place, having some mechanisms to know there's tools for that. So if there is an issue, we could always request an
And
internal
how
audit.
council could actually bring that to the audit
Right.
committee, or a council member could bring it to the audit committee and request us as staff to try to work that into our priority. If maybe council becomes aware of something that they want looked into further from a financial records or whatever standpoint, and then we could actually take that into consideration, put it on the agenda to start trying to get that addressed so that we can report back on it to council. I think that all fits together in a way that makes a lot of sense when I hear all of you talk about it, and I'm hearing similar veins of the same information that I think, I'm looking at Steve too, but I'm hearing a lot of good overlap that we can make something that is super powerful for council, the audit committee, and our community as a whole.
So
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think it would be beneficial to the public if there was a mechanism that didn't have to go all the way to forensic audit or grand jury. We can literally just give a better assessment with documents and all that kind of stuff. So I think that would be really beneficial.
Greg, your 3 minutes is up. You'll need a speaker card next time. Okay? So there's a card in the back room. Councilor Resner.
I think that my preference is 2 or 3 community members rather than a controller at this point in time. Maybe a controller would be really great, or hiring a consultant would be really great when hopefully in 5 years we're in a different financial situation. But I am concerned that I would like staff to bring us back things that are low-hanging fruit. Like, you have $20,000 extra here, like, that we can cut when we're reviewing budget. So I don't want to add any additional cost.
Okay.
I would be willing long-term, or I won't be here, but further out, to have discussions about that, or for it to be considered at a time in which that it makes financial sense. But I think I would pick community members because, well, they're free dollars.
So I'm hearing yes on 3, yes, or 3 community members and 3 community members. I feel that way. What about qualifications or term, or unless?
Can I just ask,
Yeah,
what would be
yeah,
the
absolutely.
purpose of 3? Like,
Oh.
they're not voting on anything, right?
It could be
So
2.
I'm just curious what the 3 was for.
I was just thinking a normal committee might be 5, so, I mean, there's no rational reason. I just thought more bodies, more community interest, transparency, you
But
know.
are they voting on something? It's,
Uh,
no, they're not
they have no
actually on the
power.
board.
Actually, they do,
Or
they
are
do,
they?
in the
We do.
audit, we
In
do
the audit,
vote,
we do
because
vote.
I recall
Oh,
in
so
our.
they're board members now of
Well,
that
no,
audit
mayor
committee.
and vice mayor vote.
Right, so
Right.
that's why I'm
Yeah,
curious,
nobody
what
else doesn't
exactly,
vote.
what's their, what's their
Advisory.
role?
They're advisory.
They're just there to observe
Yeah, observe.
and kind of ask questions, and
Ask
stuff,
questions, give feedback.
but they don't vote on anything.
No, they can
I
vote.
mean, I'm willing to
No.
entertain that if
I'm
that's a
just curious, I
discussion.
I say no.
I don't
Okay.
think,
It-
I
it-
don't
I don't know
think
what
we would
that-
give the majority to the public, though. I mean, that might be a concern, right? So,
Maybe
So-
2, 2.
That's
So-
why I'm curious, like, I'm not exactly
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
functioning.
sorry. Certainly you want to think about who votes, but the other thing to bear in mind there is whether or not they're members of the committee is going to impact quorum, is going to impact your ability to form ad hoc committees and who can talk to whom. So you're going to have some Brown Act consequences if you appoint people as member of the committees, or you could potentially have, I'm trying to think of how this would be done, but some sort of advisory, not staff, but advisory liaisons that would be appointed to work with the community.
So could
or
you,
the committee.
we giving you feedback, you could potentially come back with options in the future, like, and
Well, I was just
think
curious-
about that structure, but go for it.
I was just curious the nature of what you mean. So when you say 3, are they on the board as vote, like, that's what I'm curious about.
Well, I
like-
think you have identified that that is an issue. I don't think we would want to give the community the super majority to work,
No,
right? So
not
that's.
at all.
That's, and so in an advisory role, they're not setting policy, they're.
Just advising.
They're advising, right? So yes, however that works in that structure, maybe we don't need 3, but do you have a different option, or do you have a better way of thinking this?
Well, I was just trying to understand exactly what that meant. So when, I like the intent. The intent is that they'd be asking questions, it's, but it already is open to the public, right? Isn't this meeting's already open to the public?
Yes, but that meeting's held like on a random day in January. Yes, of course, we notice it correctly, but it's in the executive.
No, I know. So I'm just curious, like, what force, really my question is, what forces them to be there? Because are they like on the, like, what would it be designated as? Would it be a new advisory commission and they'd be commissioners and there'd be 3 of them and their role is just to come and observe and then give feedback and ask questions with us? What is their role? Like, what's their
I'm puzzling
title?
through that a little bit now.
Okay.
Right, you could appoint them as non-voting members of the committee.
Oh,
Now, that
okay.
would impact your potential quorum consequences, but you may not have them voting on the ultimate decision. So you need at least one of them there in addition to your mayor and vice mayor.
So
to-
maybe
to-
2,
Yeah.
if that were to happen, so that at least we get 1.
What if one dies?
We appoint a new one. I mean,
I'm sorry,
Can you
I'm just funny.
repeat, can you repeat the suggestion?
they raise their hand.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the suggestion?
And bear with me, because I'm thinking through this out loud as we're here. One possibility would be to essentially have the mayor and vice mayor be the only voting members of the committee, but to appoint 3 non-voting members
Yeah.
who would be relevant for quorum purposes, or we could look at the bylaws and the structure that you might not have for that. But they're still going to be treated as members for Brown Act purposes. It's still going
Yeah.
to potentially create a situation where they're not able to just, meet with the other members of the committee one-on-one, but they would be participating in the noticed public meeting and they would be appointed by the full council. We could we could structure something like that and
Sounds
bring
great.
that for your
So
consideration.
who would appoint these? Like I raised that issue earlier. I don't think the mayor should appoint all three of these. I think,
I don't know that it should be three. I'm concerned about the
yeah.
quorum issue.
Well, me too, I am as well.
okay.
Okay, say two. I don't
Would that be
feel
okay?
super strongly
Sure.
about
I mean-
three.
What's the consensus? How do you
Well,
feel down there?
what
So-
I feel is the most important issue here is to create that liaison between the council staff and the public and build that trust. So my suggestion is just like we have other CSAC or Planning Commission, they can make a recommendation to the city council. They're not the final decision maker, but that committee, whatever number is, structure is, they make a recommendation to the city council. Whichever recommendation they're making. And
What
if we have that, because they're not the final decision maker, I think it's okay to have more than 2 members, whether you decide 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, and some public members in that, because they're going to bring it back to the council.
I see. There's too much
Would it
confusion.
make sense to have, since the mayor and the vice mayor are in it, the mayor and the vice mayor each nominate one person to be on it? I just would like a little, I would love for them to serve for
Yeah,
a longer
I hear your point.
time.
Yeah, I think a
That makes
three-year
sense.
term was fine.
And maybe the staggered, like maybe the vice mayor's is 2 years this one time and the mayor's is 4 years the first time. And then,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And then it rotates or whatever.
That makes sense, stagger them.
Something like that. So to stagger it, is that possible? Because you guys are in the meeting.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
So
but it means that every other mayor and vice mayor, but essentially everybody will at
Yes.
some point.
So how many members you want?
I'm just worried about the
I think
quorum
two is,
issues.
two is great.
I'm fine with 2, so we can move discussion.
Because
forward
we're
and
gonna
let staff
probably
come back.
be putting people on the finance advisory
Yes.
committee
Okay,
too, so
so
there's a lot
my
of.
question is, if you're gonna have mayor and vice mayor, is that the one, or 2 more, 2 plus 2?
2 plus
2
2.
plus 2.
Okay, all right, and how do we appoint them?
The mayor
Is it
and
mayor
vice
will have one
mayor
and you
are
vote?
going
Make a
to.
recommendation and then we
Make
all
a
vote.
And then we all vote,
recommendations,
and I'd
and then we all
encourage everybody to say if you have somebody in mind, to encourage them to apply, right? So
Would we then set up criteria? Like. they
You could just ask in,
I think
right there.
staff's going to come back with like the thought process
Sorry,
of what.
as you guys were talking about it, I was curious, because you talked about it a little bit, whether you would or wouldn't want them to be voting members. So I just want to make sure we get clarity on that as well. As you guys talk about the composition, understanding your direction around whether you would want the other 2 to have voting powers or not.
No.
Helpful.
No.
I would suggest you do, because they're not making a final decision, they're bringing the recommendation back.
not
No.
on audit. I do
Absolutely
think
not.
that's fine when you're talking finance
Have you been
advisory.
in one yet? Sorry.
No, not in the city, I've been in other audits, but not in
Okay,
the city.
okay. So that's,
Okay.
that's probably not helpful for you right now, having not experienced
that's
that.
fine.
But it's like, it's just a meeting, you know what I mean?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But what
Very
is your
Not even
thought
really a
about the
meeting.
voting part? What is your concern?
No, it builds, if we have diverse participation from the public and they have some say in the matter, that actually is more transparent and building more participation and trust.
I would say, I think for myself, I agree. I would, I will be inviting somebody to go to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I will just ask them if they'd be willing to go and to check it out and to ask questions and
Okay,
whatever.
that's fine.
And that may be a way to like, at least we're all participating, but I think it just makes sense for the vice mayor and the mayor,
Yes.
just to create some structure.
And no
Yes.
other voting members.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine. I'm
Are
fine.
you okay with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Because I think more is better, but not
I-
for quorums.
I do have, my original question was, because I do feel it's such a technical thing, can we include that mayor and vice mayor with, either we can serve ourselves or we will designate someone, our designee?
No.
Or
If you
you-
were mayor or vice mayor,
No,
you
no, I know,
have to,
I just-
that's like your duty.
I know, I
Hey,
understand.
just so you know-
I'm just talking about the expertise in the audit.
Just so you know, my second time that I did it, we had a funeral. So I was out of state and
Yeah.
just the next person comes. So if for some reason you can't do it, the mayor pro tem comes in. And that happened my first year when I was the mayor pro tem. I had to come in because the mayor was gone. So
That's
I
fine.
was in on
I
it.
just want to make sure that
Yeah.
other 2
Yes.
members we select should really have some audit experience in that case.
The food spread's really not that good, so you're not missing out.
There's
So
none.
Don't
There's
worry.
no
There's
food.
none. It's not riveting.
Does staff have
It's a
enough from
giant
us,
book.
or do you need any more direction?
Criteria for those members, right? Oh, you got it?
We have
Mayor and vice
nomination by mayor and vice
Mayor and
mayor
vice
with
So
appointment
you
decision
guys
made
have
by
to
the full
decide the
council.
criteria.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
So let's talk about Financial Oversight Committee. I think that's a little bit more exciting discussion. Well, I mean, it was all exciting, but this,
Yes.
this sounds fun, geeky with numbers, bring in experts that can help guide us and
Can
give
I
us
ask
some-
one question really fast?
So, okay. And
Are you guys gonna bring that back to us and it's formality and then we vote on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll bring
Sorry.
back a
Okay.
resolution with
I
that
have
framework.
a
Okay.
list.
So
Go ahead, sorry.
for the finance committee, I'm sorry, who's the first?
No, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
no, we'll let Reza. She was
Yeah, please.
here for the last 10 minutes and I feel bad, so.
No, don't feel bad. I don't mind waiting. I'm gonna do the same thing that I did before. I'm excited about a financial advisory committee. I definitely read through a lot of what others are doing and how could we implement that and what were the things that I liked and didn't like. I gave a lot of my thoughts, feelings, and opinions to staff. And where I have landed is that I like a financial advisory committee. I'll attempt to give some like bullet points. That would be 2 members of council, any 2 members of council, 2 members of staff. The 2 members of staff would be non-voting members. They would just be there to answer questions, go through the content, provide reports, those sort of things. I'm thinking 5 community members. The first year, I think that each one of us should make at least one recommendation or request someone to apply. I'm thinking 4-year staggered terms. And the thing that I really like about the Las Vegas aspect is that they use how I would describe as like major employers or local industry. Essentially, they're folks who see buying and spending trends, as well as have some sort of like intersection with social and emotional sort of pulse or like EQ of what is going on within communities. No offense to anybody who is an accountant or works in finance or numbers, but those sort of people typically work in an office from 9 to 5 and don't have the same sort of pulse on just trends that are happening long term or what they're seeing, especially when our general fund is impacted a lot by spending or trends. Off the top of my head, and I'm open to these being moved around, but in my head, I think someone relating to hospital, retail, some sort of hospitality, maybe construction, and potentially something that's like insurance. Maybe that's somebody who does some sort of health or commercial. I feel like that gives a pretty good smattering of what is going on in the community. And I think that that committee should meet a couple of times. Oh, I might have not wrote out specifically that one. Meet a couple of times, and one of them that I care about is reviewing what staff would like to present to council so that they can give insight or speak into, review what staff is planning to present to council. And then once it has, council priorities have been shared, that sort of thing, that they're reviewing that what is, being voted on feels like it matches with council priorities and feels like it matches with the community and makes recommendations. I think they should be a voting board, but makes a recommendation and sends it to council that says, yes, I believe this budget essentially is wise. Those are my,
All right, that's good.
that's my starting point.
Good discussion. Councilmember Danuka, you're up, and then Councilmember Audette, you're after that, so.
Yeah, I do, I kind of similar ideas. I do agree that we should have, I would like this to be appointed one person, one community member by each of the council members. Yeah, so I completely, right.
No, you said that.
No, you said that. I'm just saying, I'm emphasizing, that is the most important thing to me. And I like the idea of 2 + 2 staff members, or we can be flexible with that. But definitely have 5 members. Each one of us get to pick one member, absolutely. I would add to that, the question to consider is if they have a recommendation, they'll bring it to the city council to adopt a budget or change a budget, whatever it is. The question is, how do we resolve if there's a conflict between the recommendation and the council decision? And I would also like to see if we can have more of a sunset clause to this, that if we have,
like in 5 years we have.
we revisit this.
Revisit it?
Yeah.
I would say
I
2
think
years.
It's just kind of great practice.
Yeah.
From my deep Googling, I think that it just looks like a sound practice. The intention is not to catch anybody doing something right, but to make sure that whomever gets appointed to count, or voted and elected to council, that we're not relying on them to be great at finance or have their pulse on what is going on in spending trends. That's always great, but we have just seen in the last 5 years that, you know, qualifications don't always necessarily matter within a campaign. And so I want to make sure that there are members of our community who have buy-in in that, like, balancing of a budget, and that they're weighing in. So I think that it's just a sound practice, and I'm not intending for them to, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like a gotcha sort of thing. I think it feels like an integration of people from the community and buy-in. And then it's public. I think that similar to when Planning Commission comes or when CSAC comes, that staff presents to us. And so if council, it is our job to make a decision. And we have authority to say, no, I'm not listening to that Planning Commission suggestion, but that should go on record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's, Councilmember Audette, you've been patiently waiting, so.
So I think, you know, my goal is that we start to build trust with the community. And I think fundamentally, when we're talking about finances and oversight, staff has something to gain financially from all of that's happening. And the perception from the public is that that needs oversight. And if we're not prepared to do that, it would be great to have some, you know, financial people from the community to show us what to look at, that the public then doesn't believe it's self-interested, no offense. But that is the perception, is that the people that are making those decisions are also benefiting from those decisions. And so if we're the oversight of that, it would be good to have some experts. I mean, I think of lots of people from the community that maybe don't want to run for office. They don't have the time to do this, but they have a great financial background and they really understand economics and how these things work. And we don't have to explain to them the terms, because I think if we put just regular people from these industries, this is my concern with just putting regular people from what that article said, is that you just don't have the same level of understanding of financial documents, and you have to then explain how the stuff works. Like municipality is different but it's not different in financial terms. It's just how it's used, and you know, maybe we have 8 accounts where they would only have 2, and you know, there's some nuance, but you should understand the language. So I'm not saying that nobody from those areas couldn't also have that, but I would want like a CEO level or
Yes.
a CFO level
Yes.
from those industries to come on. And so
Yes,
I
sorry.
also think, so I also think that like, I mean, that would just enhance, it would be great. I don't know that we'll be able to do that, but I think the 5 members that we each pick, super important. I don't think at any point I would want it to go to just the mayor, because we all have different circles, we all have different strengths, and we all represent different parts of the city, and I think that makes us better and stronger if we're each, you know, picking somebody from our world and we're cross-pollinating that. I think that's just makes us all stronger. But I would say wouldn't want any staff on there. I think it compromises what we're trying to do with the public, but I would say that we would often have staff coming to present, to give us information. I think what I would want to stay away from is if you have staff on there, the perception is that they're narrating the reality as opposed to just giving us information, which I think is totally relevant. But I wouldn't put them on the committee, but I think we would be inviting them to come speak or present or all the time, often.
My thought there is mostly that there are two people that are designated from finance. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
So I was actually going to recommend against having staff be members of the committee.
Yeah, I think so.
There are situations in which that can actually cause unintended consequences from a Brown Act perspective, particularly as to unintended serial meeting concerns where staff have to discuss those same financial issues with each other and then potentially, depending upon the roles of the members of the committee with other members of the committee in other settings.
So are we?
I just would like
to
them to be
clarify-
available to present.
Yeah, would they would be
50%.
non-voting members?
Well-
Is that what I'm hearing?
I
I
agree
would
with
say,
Vanessa.
I would not make them members
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, I agree with Dennis.
And I would have 2 council members be on there along with the 5, that's 7.
Yeah, the structure that I would recommend is that they not be part of the committee. What you can do, like your ordinance tells me I have to be here at these meetings anytime the city council meets. You could have a directive that staff be present anytime that body meets. And you could designate which staff, but you wouldn't have to have them be designated as members of
That
the
sounds
committee.
great.
That sounds good.
I'd also like to broach an idea because I think it would be beneficial. I had previously asked Nolda Short, who's the controller at the county, if she would participate in something like this. She may have changed her mind, but the last time I spoke to her, she said she would. I think even if it's just for the first couple to sort of give some advice and to lay some groundwork and also to educate, I think it would be very helpful to invite someone like that onto the committee. I don't know what it does for the numbers, if we have to have an odd number, or I don't know that that matters, right? Because not everybody's going to be
I usually recommend an
an
odd
odd number. So then I would,
But you could appoint her.
Yeah, that could be your appointment.
That could be your appointee.
I was just saying.
I only say, she's sort of an expert and I want the public. So I want us to have citizens on there. She's sort of I'm not even sure if she lives in the city of Reading.
Right.
So as an expert to sort of help guide at least the beginning, even if it's just the first year, and then council can decide if they want to ask her to come and do that again. But I think it would be really wise to have people that have that expertise sitting with us and as a model. So there's things that they do that are different than us that protect the county, that protect them from making unwise decisions.
absolutely.
And so I would want to invite and/or our former finance director, Denise Maxwell, if you need another to make it an odd number. But I think we should talk about having an expert there that,
I think maybe the solution for that would be the committee could invite a guest speaker or so to come present.
well,
or-
I'd want somebody on the committee.
Yeah, so
is
you can
my
appoint,
point.
the
you can
appointee.
appoint any one of them.
She's not, here's the thing, so that's not a normal citizen. And the idea is that we'd actually put normal citizens on there that have, maybe they're CPA, they're CFO. I mean, I definitely think we should put criteria on what we can pick because we can't get them up to speed with the financial jargon to understand how that stuff works. But I think that if you don't put some people in there that know, like a controller or former finance director, then it's the blind leading the blind. And again, we're relying on the narrative of staff and the public is going to, that's not gonna work.
Okay.
So,
But, I mean, my personal opinion is that I think that that should just be your person who it is that you pick out. And I think that. I think that it will be staff's job to give us the stats or data. And I think it's our job to pick people who would do a decent job of reading through that data and giving feedback.
but there's no alternative to one narrative. And that's sort of the issue, is that there's one narrative that comes.
I know, but it's
and-
our job to pick people who would give other sort of.
But they don't work in municipal finance. So my point is that I don't even know if Nolda has the time to be on it
Right.
full-time and for 4 years. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah,
if we
but-
have sort of an expert that comes in.
But that's what it will come down to us to pick someone like that. Like you can pick one of those
I
people.
don't think you're understanding. I don't think she could commit to 4 years. She's the
Okay.
controller in the county.
Right.
So maybe she could commit to coming 3 times out of 4, and she's on the committee. She may be absent once or, throughout the year, but she comes to 4 meetings, and is on the committee, but isn't one of the public. And we have somebody that can give alternative ideas because we're all going to be learning.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Could we let's give Counselor Munns a chance to speak, so, and then
Well,
I'm sorry.
So
Did I?
part of it, right, but part of it is purpose, and so I just want to hit purpose.
Okay, could we
Or
come
do you
back?
wanna-
Could we come back to purpose or
Yeah,
no?
of course.
And then we'll
Yeah, yeah. If you do-
let him just speak a
yeah,
little
go
bit?
for it.
Okay.
Well, a couple just minor things. I would, maybe not a sunset clause, but maybe a check-in that, with data, maybe 2 years and down the road. How's it working? How can we?
That's fine.
Change it and what can we move? That's what I think.
That makes sense.
I also think, not to argue with the attorneys, but I like the idea of having staff on board. And Steve, are you going to say something about that?
Well, no, the only thing I was suggesting is staff would not be on the committee, but just be available as a resource.
Yeah.
As they are the experts in municipal finance. And I think we have very good staff that could represent well and provide the correct information.
It'd be much like how our Parks Director leads a CSAC committee or something
Correct.
like that, correct? Like
Yeah,
he's-
they're just,
he's-
yep, they're
right,
there
he's
as a
non-voting,
resource.
He helps guide. or-
They don't have to sit there throughout the whole meeting. They can come and go if you
Yep.
want to have some deliberation without them. We're solid enough in our decision-making that we could do that.
Okay, cool.
We could do it that route.
Counselor Munns, did you have anything else?
No,
Or-
not
No,
at this
okay.
moment.
Counselor Resner, you're up, and then do you want to speak after that? Counselor Ardette? or-
Yeah, well, I wanted to finish the structure. Yeah, like what I want the purpose
Yeah,
of that.
go for it, so.
I agree with the 4-year term. As far as the purpose, I have 4 things that I would propose would be the purpose of the committee. One is that basically in Q4, we set a budget without having final numbers, and when the budget gets there and those final numbers are not, the assumptions and the projections are not exactly right because we didn't have final numbers. And so it would be great if this committee could look and we can make whatever tweaks need to be made in that cleanup in Q4 when it comes back to us, the budget comes back, is that we sort of clean up. It doesn't necessarily mean, so if we thought it was gonna be 2% and it happens to be 3%, either we change it to 2% or we just change that it's actually 3.5%, so that it's accurate to what the numbers are now that we actually have numbers. And if this committee comes in and says, we suggest these little tweaks and cleanups, here's the consequences of that, and here's, they're looking at that and giving that assessment of, so that we're not having to go through and look up that stuff that's actually being done to do that cleanup in Q4 and make those recommendations. Second would be the performance of the budget. So how did the budget actually perform? What did we intend it to be? How did it perform? And they can report that to us. And then a projection sort of review. Once those recommendations by the city are made, they can go review those projections and then give us their recommendations if they think that that is in line. I think there's been a lot of outliers. We probably should have reviewed based on removed those outliers and looked at a different type of assessment. But, that committee could say, that's a good idea, that's not a good idea, here's the trends, as we were talking about. And then fourthly, I think what they should be doing is recommending things that could create better transparency, better accuracies, maybe some cost savings. Maybe they are looking at, since they're giving assessments, they're looking at those unmet needs, what they think is realistic, if they've built businesses, if they're CPAs. They're seeing some underlying things and helping for us to maybe something to look at. I do think that if they were to meet and to start to review what's available, what data is available, they might be better to tell us how often they think they should meet. Because I think they have to make an assessment of what documents actually come out in the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, so maybe they're meeting quarterly like we are, they meet ahead of our meeting and kind of go over some things, and maybe they're getting a feel for what's available, and so they could make a recommendation after the first year to say, this is where we think you should meet, we've met this time, and maybe we allow them to make some changes to meeting based on what's available and what they're recommending.
Yeah. I think, Resner, I'll come to you in a second, but I think we definitely agree. We've probably done similar research, so we can, this feels good. But the 4 things I've identified, I think, are right in line with you. Monitoring financial performance. The committee tracks the city's financial performance against established benchmarks, helping to identify potential issues early. Number 2, public communication. It communicates the financial information to the public, helping to foster community trust and understanding of the city's financial status. Number 3, long-term financial planning. The committee aids in developing long-term financial strategies to address future funding needs and challenges. And number 4, risk management. Assesses financial risks and develops strategies to mitigate them, ensuring the city's financial health. I think my 4 themes were right in line with yours a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, risk management's a tricky one.
Yeah,
like a
that's the only
full-on
one that I'm
job. Like, you have a lot of faith in this committee, but
Well-
I appreciate it. But that seems like
advisory,
a big one. But yeah, I mean, I feel like they may be able to tell us after the first year how they think they could best serve. Because if you're a CFO or CEO or CPA, efficiencies is what you're constantly working through. And
Agreed.
so you're gonna not wanna be in meetings just to have meetings. And they may say, actually, we need 2 meetings, we need to meet with you this time, and here's the items that we need,
Okay.
you know?
Counselor Resner, I saw you up there. Did you withdraw or you have some comments? Or?
I was just gonna repeat what it is that it sounds like that there's some unity in, and I'm hoping that there's unity for staff. Sounds like we're in agreement, each council member appoints someone, a check-in. I didn't hear a year suggestion, so I'm gonna say a check-in in 3 years?
I said 2.
2? Okay, in 2
I have
years?
enough data, I think, to come in.
Okay. 2 members from the council, 4-year staggered term. They're reviewing projections, whether or not it's aligned with council policy, making any recommendations on the budget, and then monitoring. I didn't hear what the last thing was that one of you said, monitoring something.
I would say the performance of the budget. So did we perform to what our projections were? Where were we off? Why? You know, just to give an assessment. It's very hard. What
feels
I
fine.
heard often was, no, we're looking forward, but it's like, well, it would be nice to spend a minute or 2 seeing how we performed
Yeah.
and why, and really start to learn trends. We should be learning trends too.
That's right.
You know, so I think,
Performance of budget,
Yeah.
of reviewing
Yeah.
performance of budget, and then aiding in long-term strategy ideas.
the only other one I had was, I just think it would be super valuable for that cleanup. And honestly, I don't even know if this group needs to do it. Maybe just the finance team needs to do this. Once we pass a budget and then you get to Q4 and you have the numbers, we should clean up what we projected versus with numbers we didn't know for sure what they were. I would think we'd want to do a cleanup. It doesn't mean you have to change it. It doesn't mean, but it does mean either the percentage changes or the number changes. We just have to be accurate.
I think that cleanup happens, but
I saw your eyes, so I wasn't sure if you were wanting me to, we can do that. I think it's kind of separate from the committee, this conversation around when we true things up, how we true things up. I think it's a separate conversation from the committee. I mean, frankly, not to step on council's toes, but I'm not sure you would want the committee to do that because at the end of the day, I think that's an important function of council. And then I have a question, or I want you guys to address something. Cadence of meetings, I didn't hear you guys address that as you were talking, but I hear what you're saying. I think it's a little separate. I think it's kind of I don't want to call it a policy, but maybe a procedure between council and staff of how we want to see information updated in our financial plan and on what cadence we want to see it updated. As I've kind of discussed a couple times, and not to infringe on this topic, but we typically do it right now at the mid-year and mid-cycle, and then the second mid-year, and then the year-end. I will tell you particularly what I hear you probably alluding to is we just adopted a new budget. At that year-end mark, you're bringing me the old 10-year plan. We just adopted a new one, and now this new one already has things that, i.e. sales tax in FY 2025, which may have hit the mark, may have not hit the mark. It would be nice to see some type of quicker update to that information. Is that what I'm hearing?
So specifically, what I'm saying is we said we agreed a 2% increase year over year, or from whatever the last year's performance. So whatever, but we didn't have that performance yet. So we did a 2% year over year increase. Well, when then those numbers came in, it ended up being like 3.6% of an increase, not 2%. So my suggestion would be when Q4 comes, we clean that up and we say, well, we meant for 2, we don't actually want to change that number. So we're going to just correctly put in the tenure that first one is 3.6 whatever. Or we do change the number to be accurate to the 2%. But one way or the other, we should create some accuracies, because when you look at the budget book, and then when you go to the 10-year, and then when you go to look at the actual number, they don't line up. And so you are like, these are inaccurate. And you don't want that. So it's like one of them has to change to reflect what it actually was.
We certainly can do that. The only caution that I would provide council is to, where are we going to draw that line? Are we only going to do it? And again, I think this is a separate conversation in this committee, and certainly maybe something we could talk about agendizing separately. But do we do it on just sales tax and property tax? Or are we going to go through the whole budget and correct it all to actual? Because that could be quite a bit of work if you're going to go through every single line item of the budget. So again, I like to think of the 10-year plan as its own financial planning tool. I certainly agree with what you're saying in terms of the forecast, particularly around revenue. But I think there needs to be a line in there where we're going to say, hey, we're not going to correct it for every single line item correction to the actual results or whatever it might be. So that would be what the feedback I'd be looking for on that.
Yeah, so I think that the danger, what I have found, is that we're all dealing with different sets of numbers. So let's say we need to modify sales tax, and nobody has calculated that. And we're talking about, oh, well, we only increase it by 2%, so let's go down to 0, or let's go down to 1. Well, that number is not going to be down 1%. It's not 2%. It's 3.5%. So if you don't accurately know that you actually year over year increased it by 3.5%, and we're trying to make a modification, we're working off the wrong assumption of what the increase was. And that's maybe fine if it happens once, but when it happens year over year, a little bit, then you get way off course and you're 14 quarters not meeting projections. And so I want to avoid that. And I'm thinking that one of the ways, especially since our budget is so tight right now, it probably would behoove us to, at least in our largest ones where that little difference is a big difference, to double check that and just to clean that up a bit. And I would say, I would think you would have advice on, yeah, you should probably do that with your big ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or
that would be my advice.
You'd probably pick 5 and be like, these 5 probably, or 4, whatever the number is, you probably know, like, that doesn't help me to have that number there and it, and to get it wrong. That doesn't help me
I
either.
just don't want to, we've talked a lot about staff making suggestions to council relative to some of these things. I agree with you. I think that for the most part, what I'm hearing from you, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to have a conversation with council specific to the cadence at which we want to update our 10-year plan. And it makes sense to me to maybe focus on some of the more large ones, or maybe if there's one that's just wildly doing something we didn't expect, having a conversation about that specifically. This tends to be done in our normal quarterly updates. We try to update council, but I hear what you're saying, the 10-year plan, there's some key connection points where we might want to reevaluate the way we're doing it past practice and maybe set a new standard of how we want to care for that 10-year plan.
I'd love for you to present that during budget workshops.
I think that you're talking about performance, which I agree should be changed in February. What I'm saying is, if we get to February and we think that we only increase sales tax by 2%, we may not make a good enough cut because we actually increase it by 3.5. So I feel like when it's that big of a difference, a couple million, that needs to be addressed in the Q4, because we're basically, we're cleaning up one thing, we should probably clean up the other. Or just, I'm not even saying you need to go down to 2%. Just put in the 10-year that's actually 3.6. So we know what we're dealing with when we get to February and we want to make performance modifications. I would say this is just clerical modification, so we really do actually have the right numbers on the page. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think there's things we can do without even formalized council direction. I do like head nods from everybody if it makes sense.
I agree. If you would agree to do that, I would take that out of the, as we're talking about it, I agree. I think that's probably should be in your wheelhouse and not in the finance, just because that's some ticky-tack stuff that you'd probably rather be in control of.
Okay. Not necessarily that, but I just think you run a risk of they might read into it a different thing than.
And try to project or
and
do
try
some.
to project. And so I
Agreed.
think we've got to be clear as to what we want them to accomplish on the committee.
Agreed.
Versus what you're expecting staff to do.
Okay.
Is my only comment.
Let's see if we can circle into some consensus on stuff. But Councilmember Resner, I think.
It was mostly that
Okay.
They landed where I was going to attempt to get us.
I have a quick question.
Okay, Counselor Danuka, yeah.
So the two city council members on this committee, how do you propose to decide them? Who's going to be on the committee? Do we just vote on two members, or how do you want to do that?
So before we answer that, whenever I see our Counselor Curtis come up, I think it's gonna
That
be
was actually
exciting,
my
so-
first question.
Okay, so you want to rephrase your question, Counselor Danuka? So
The two city council members who are going to be appointed to this committee, how do we select them? We have to agree on a process. How do you suggest?
Well, I will volunteer myself.
I would actually volunteer you.
And then
I would like you to be on that, but in terms of long-term process. we have
I
to
never play
decide.
hard to get. Okay, so please pick me. And then
I will definitely.
I would assume that it would just come and then we would vote.
That's what I'm
I
saying. Do you
think
want
it
to do a vote?
could be a rotation thing every year as we assign committee assignments, but we could flesh that out later,
Yeah,
but I mean.
I
it's-
mean, right now, your ordinance calls for committee assignments to be set by the mayor. So if you don't decide on something else, that's probably going to be the default, which is why I wanted to ask the question, is there some alternative mechanism that you want for
Oh, because this
establishing-
is not an ad hoc. This is like a set, okay,
Yeah. Okay.
that makes sense.
So-
I've only done ad hoc, so yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So, yeah, you got your name in the hat. I hear it, so.
I'll do it with Tanessa. Look, we just put in
Right,
applications.
but my question is not just about this time. My question is in long-term because they're going to come with a.
Mayor appointment, feels fine.
Like, I
Well,
think I would give pretty much value to the people that want to be on there.
No, but it's not just about this one because we're setting this process for the future. So we have to agree on a process.
We're gonna
Sure,
have,
we could rotate. We could vote.
Again, you
I
guys
feel
can
like you want
structure
some-
this however you want.
you're probably gonna want some continuity.
Right.
You're gonna want people that like are, are getting it, but also willingness is probably your,
Do we, my
They gotta
question is,
show up.
do we elect amongst, do we vote on this?
well, it's a committee now, so it would be
Yeah.
a mayor's assignment.
Doesn't have to be.
Yes.
It does, I mean, it
I think
probably
so.
does.
I
Well,
think
we
so.
still vote as a body to prove that, which means we
Yeah.
don't
No,
like.
not for
No,
your
no,
appointments.
I mean, we could bring back
like
an
the
ordinance
appointments.
amendment that would give this one special treatment.
Liaisons,
There are options that we could do if the council wants to vary it. If you don't want to vary it, the default will be mayor assigned.
Default, but if we want, we can make it. The reason I'm saying is, and I'll tell you why I'm saying this. It's again, comes back to the trust and diversity of opinion and transparency. Today, we have a good mayor, but tomorrow we may have someone who may try to limit somebody's voice. That's why I'm saying, if this is so important for us, maybe perhaps we should vote on those members, or how do you want to do that? I'm open to suggestions.
That is why we vote on who is mayor. That's why it took us 45 minutes to decide who
It
was
was
going.
47, actually. but-
Mayor gets to a point.
So, I mean, I absolutely would love to have you on there, so that I can commit to that. We can flesh that out later, but I have no issues with that at all, so. What's that?
And Aaron?
And Aaron, sure, yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I
What?
mean, more for you guys to do, so.
I'm sorry, what?
so- And I might come, no, I
He was
can't come
making
watch,
his
no,
appointments in this meeting.
actually.
Oh, he was making appointments. Who are you appointing right now? No,
Everybody.
no. So we have
These
to.
two volunteered.
You know, today, if we could just get a general
I think we'll
framework
address that
on
in the
that. We'll
future,
just
but, like,
I
go with
think
mayor
we'll address
appointed.
it in the future.
And then if you change your mind, when we bring it back.
Okay.
Just
we'll
like
go
when
with
we
that
do
general
liaison
motion
things, we
of
get to submit
mayor
what
So
it
he
is.
can pick right now, and then in the future, it'll be a part of the committee assignments.
Yeah,
Yes, we can do that.
yeah.
Or do you want to do it differently?
If-
Do you
if-
not want that?
Oh, I think that's
Or do
great.
you
and
want-
I-
what-
There's two
what-
great volunteers that I think would add a lot of
Janessa.
value to that, so I'm great with that, so.
Okay.
So
I don't
the
need
the
to-
other part of that is that would be an annual appointment by the mayor if it's part of the regular committee assignments.
Yeah.
So, you can always appoint the same person over and over again, but that would be by default 1 year. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
But
Sounds
like,
good.
like sometimes people will discontinue to serve. I believe council members can
Yeah.
provide feedback of, hey, I really want to be on there and, so like,
No.
Am I the only one
I
nerding out
also-
over this? You guys are like, whatever,
I
who
will
cares?
say, this is unsolicited advice, but since you haven't been here for a long time, I had a discussion today with a director, and I listed that there are certain liaison assignments which it's totally fine to rotate. Who is planning commission, or who is CSAC, is not a big deal to turn over. But there are a couple of them that I think you just end up knowing do sit well with one person to be that person for an extended period of time. Those are like League of Cities, EAGSA, CERTA.
Well, CERTA, I
and-
have a
and
2-year, yeah.
RU. Those tend, so I think that those tend to be ones that there is a little bit of a just understanding that those are a really heavy lift and onboarding.
Yeah, I think.
One other thing I want to add to this, I totally forgot, is criteria. I have like 2 pages of criteria, which I'm sure you're not interested in, but I do think that who we pick should fall into a criteria. I don't want it to be.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, well, like CFOs, a CPA, you know, that type of thing. People that actually have some experience, some, you know, and
could
have no
it's-
conflicts of interest with the city.
Right.
So they can't have any contracts with the city or have any monetary gain with the city.
I
you
like
know,
that. Or be connected to a member of council.
Or be what?
Connected to a
They
member
can't be
of,
married to anybody, no nepotism, no, they can't be married to, yeah, they can't have a financial, well, they need to have financial certification. They just can't be married to anybody on the
I
council.
think we should also have an opportunity, my guess, I'm going to flush that out, which means if I nominate somebody that really isn't deserving to be on there, like, you guys should be able to say, no, that's a bad one, so, or, right, like.
yeah, that's usually how that.
That's
Right, we're
interesting.
going to approve each other's appointments, which means we're hoping to get the criteria that you're suggesting with really well-qualified people, so.
Because we wouldn't be able to see it beforehand, though, would we?
Sorry, to see.
Who their nominations are?
The staff report would have the applications.
Yeah,
report.
Oh, the applications.
Yeah.
So the nominations by the individual members would be able to go out as part of the staff report. It needs to be made available to the public at the same time it's made to available to everyone else. And you can't discuss it among yourselves until you actually get here
Yeah.
to debate.
Can I make a suggestion? Could we each submit what we think the qualifications should be to them in like an email? And if you have some, and then they can flesh that out and
That's
give their
exactly what I was going to say.
recommendation.
And then when we come back, it would
Then
be
you're
included,
saying-
and then you guys could say, hey, love this, hate that.
Yes.
Let's add this, whatever it might be.
Look at Greg smiling over there.
The other thing I want to make sure I said it a minute ago, cadence, meeting cadence. I mean, you guys have kind of touched on some of the topics, but I'm
You can
curious what
suggest.
type of meeting cadence you guys.
I'm thinking that because quarterly reports come quarterly, this first year should be before quarterly reports so that they can see the quarterly reports.
It might delay the quarterly reports coming to council because, I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround for us to turn quarterly reports into council because remember, it's 2 weeks before basically the
Well, then
council
what would-
meeting.
They're gonna need
I hear what
something
you-
to
yeah.
kind of go off of.
I'll use that idea as we work and noodle on the actual ordinance that's going to come to ordinance. Am I using the
Yeah.
right word? The resolution that's going to come to council. I hear what you're saying. We'll think about how we can maybe coordinate that around those key subject areas because I think you're on the right track.
I think my inclination is that this group is gonna say, after a year, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this. And then we
And
adjust
then we can
accordingly.
update the resolution to reflect
To
that.
reflect like their recommendation of we should be meeting twice here, once here, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and it might be during budget, like every other year when we're building a budget, that there's more meetings
Right.
to go with that budget. That would make sense to me personally.
Are you finished with that comment? We can go to Councilor
yes,
Resner?
yes, sorry.
Okay.
I liked the idea. I think that staff can submit to us some recommendations, and then after the first year, we take in those recommendations from them in terms of cadence.
Oh, yes, yeah,
That's
yeah,
all.
yeah. And then if you and then we'll send you by email like what we think criteria for who should apply.
I'm actually going to recommend against that being done via email. There's
Oh.
potentially Brown Act issues that can pop up if you
Well, I'm
were
not gonna send it
collectively
to
getting a
them. I
decision.
was just gonna send it to you. I'm
Oh,
not
you-
sending it to them.
If it comes from one, it's fine if all 5 of you are
No,
are sending us.
no, well, individually,
Individually.
we will just,
Yeah.
if we have a recommendation for that, then we'll send it.
Send it to me, that would be
I'll send
fine.
it to, yeah. I would never be on an email,
Okay.
any of them, ever,
All right.
never. You guys do that, not us.
So clarity with staff, we've given them feedback, terms. I've heard 4-year terms, 2-year terms, but I think we were set on 2-year terms. Is that what I was saying?
I would say 4.
4-year terms?
Can I ask, on that, because I've got to follow up. There's, part of the question that I have for this is essentially, if you have appointments that are made by each of the council members, Do you want a process, part of this will touch on removal, but part of this is also the lining up of the terms. I've had situations where, say, the term on the appointee doesn't line up with the term on the council member, and then the appointee carries over and the council member wants the new council member wants their appointee on the committee, but the old committee member doesn't want to leave. So
That's fine.
I think that,
You live with it.
yeah.
Will you make recommendations of the best way to
Yeah,
approach that?
My general recommendation on that is that it lines up with the term of the council member, so that you make an appointment at the time that you start on the council, and then that person carries over. There then becomes the question of what happens if you like with Member DeQuisto, if they leave midterm, do you live with the one from the prior one? We
Yeah.
can certainly leave that as the default.
I mean, that's a
but-
good idea. I like that, to say the
think
term
you live with it.
expires at the term expiration of the council member?
Yeah.
Or is that what he's saying, or?
I would say no, just continue them, because
Okay.
this
I'm
is
not
not
against
about
that.
one person. This is about
kind of interesting.
as many opinions, as
you
much
want some
diversity
longevity.
as possible.
We need some sort of rotation, because I think the trap is we don't want 5 people expiring in 4 years and like
No,
we
you
never
just
get to
make,
finish that.
just
Staggered.
this round, make some staggered
So,
terms.
so probably some of us will get a 1-year appointment,
Yeah.
2-year, 3, 4,
Yeah.
4, whatever.
we
I can
do
don't know,
that.
whatever it is, but
Right.
like,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
maybe
I
we can
think we
draw it
can-
out of a hat, whatever.
I think you got it.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We'll bring back a general framework with some suggestions. and-
Staggered.
We've given you plenty?
Yes,
Is that
you
right?
have. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, well, hey, you know, this is the best part. We're not slowing down or speeding up, but we got the consider ordinance amending the Reading Municipal Code of
If we keep
Speed
this up,
Limits.
well,
So
people won't come.
I
It's not very
know, but
entertaining.
this is, nobody caught my joke, but, okay. All right.
I'm expecting that the engineer's going to be brief.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I have a real treat for you this evening. As the mayor read, I'm going to introduce an ordinance amending Reading Municipal Code Title 11, specifically regarding the Engineering and Traffic Survey, Volume 2. So I have a brief presentation that I'll run through, and I will be happy to entertain any questions that you have at the end. If I can get, there we go. Speed limit updates. So here, quick table of contents. We're gonna touch on purpose, background, understanding engineering and traffic surveys, survey locations, speed limit modifications, additional considerations, actions, and then, like I mentioned previously, time for questions and answers. So purpose. Purpose of an ENTS, or Engineering and Traffic Survey, is to establish a safe, reasonable, enforceable speed limit based on road conditions, design, and typical driver behavior. That's a big key there. The other purpose with this volume is that this volume did expire in October this year. So we currently have approximately 14 roadway sections that do not have a valid ENTS currently there. And what that means for Chief Barner and his staff is that if they go to enforce the speed limit on those roads, and we've deviated from prima facie, we run the risk of RPD not being able to enforce those speed limits. A little bit of background. Pretty much all of this stems from California Vehicle Code. We have the section that talks about prima facie limits, which essentially establishes 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in business and residential zones. We have a Vehicle Code Section 22357, which essentially allows local agencies like ourselves to perform the engineering and traffic surveys. Then we have Vehicle Code 22358, which requires that the traffic surveys be based on the 85th percentile of the free flow speed. And that's a key element there, because essentially that is requiring us to not introduce a speed trap, which is a term that you may have heard in the past. And then California Vehicle Code, Section 627, defines the required components of ENTSs. So understanding them, a little bit of statistics here. What we do is we send out staff and we collect, again, free flow vehicle speed data. And we're looking for the 85th percentile. So look at the bell curve there. And that's a key indicator there, because there's a little bit of flexibility on the speed that folks can travel on our roadways. And again, that free-flowing speed, the 85th percentile, is the key point. Obviously, roadway geometry, the size of the curves, both horizontal and vertical, sight distance, width, as well as traffic collision data, and then the presence of folks on foot or bicycles. Those are all other factors that come into us adjusting the speed limits of our roadways. Kind of got ahead of myself there on the previous slide. So again, California Vehicle Code has a traffic safety component where we look at collision rates. We have safety consideration for specifically pedestrians and cyclists. We also look at residential density. If we're driving through a neighborhood, we have a number of driveways and front yards. Obviously, there's likelihood that we're going to have children and parents or people out in their front yards, and that's considerably different than a highway. And then there's also some unique circumstances. So for this update, this is volume 2, and for reference, I think all of you have seen these in the past. I've recently done volumes 1 and 3 during my tenure, and the former Public Works Director, Auckland, did volume 4 fall of September 23. This volume 2 includes the 14 roadways you see before you, and then each roadway is broken into specific segments. And the reason why you see the roadways broken into segments is because oftentimes we'll see the context along those roadways change. You might jump from a residential area to a commercial, and where those changes occur, that's typically where we set the segment boundaries. And you'll notice here, to the next of each of the segments along the roadways, we're showing the existing current speed limit right now today. So here's a map depicting all the locations. Again, these are the 14 routes that we touched. And you can see where the actual numbers are. That's where we collected the data. And what I mean by that is someone is essentially using a radar gun and sitting in a spot that they won't be noticed, and they're collecting free flow traffic speed. They don't want to be seen because typically people slow down when they see somebody collecting radar data, so we try and put them in an inconspicuous spot, if I can speak this evening. So of the 14 locations that we looked at, we have 2 locations where I'm recommending modifying the speed limit. Both of them are reductions. One is along Blazing Wood Drive, shown there kind of the top left of your screen, and the other is along East Side Road between Gervan and South Bonneview Drive. Both of these locations have lower than our arterial collision history. However, both of these locations do have a pretty high presence of bicyclists and pedestrians, as well as a lot of curb, gutter, and sidewalk and driveways. So that's the basis there for those reductions. I should also note that our traffic engineering team worked closely with Chief Barner's team to flush out and make sure that RPD and the enforcement crew out there, that we're not proposing anything that is counterintuitive to what they're seeing while they're out there every day enforcing the speed limits. So there are 3 specific actions that I'm asking for this evening. One is to offer the ordinance amending Reading Municipal Code Title 11, Chapter 1112, speed limit, Section 1112.010, for first reading by title only and waive the full reading. The second would be to direct the city attorney to prepare a summary ordinance if needed and authorize the city clerk to publish the summary ordinance according to law. And then the final action would be to find that this is categorically exempt, under the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines pursuant to Section 15061B3, the common sense exemption. And so with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have nothing but funny jokes, but any.
I make a motion to approve all 3.
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Thank you.
you did great. All right, for the grand finale, all right. Carrie, you're up. I guess we're gonna consider the budget resolution increasing appropriations for the City of Reading Employee Benefits Insurance, and this, yeah, go for it, so.
All right. Good evening. I'm here before you this evening to talk about GLP-1 medications in the city's health insurance. The city participates in the PRISM Health Program for health insurance coverage What's important to know is that decisions made by the PRISM Health Committee affect the entire pool. Recently, the PRISM Health Committee implemented co-payment changes specific to GLP-1 medications, which will be effective January 1st, 2026. This is important because each of the city's memoranda of understanding list co-payment information for prescriptions, including specialty medications such as GLP-1s. The MOUs specify a $50 copayment per month for specialty medications, but effective January 1st, the city's insurance will cover GLP-1s at a different rate for some beneficiaries than what is specified in our MOUs. So, those persons taking GLP-1s for diabetes management will continue to pay a $50 copayment for GLP-1s, which is consistent with the language in the MOUs. However, those who are taking GLP-1 medications for reasons other than diabetes management will only be eligible for coverage under certain conditions and can be subject to a higher copayment amount. Specifically, if the beneficiary has a BMI or body mass index of 40 or more, or if the beneficiary has a BMI between 35 and 39 with at least one related comorbidity. In those instances, the beneficiaries will be subject to a 30% coinsurance up to a maximum amount of $150 monthly. If the beneficiary doesn't meet the conditions above, the GLP-1 is not considered medically necessary and will not be covered by the city's insurance. The Myers-Milius-Brown Act, or MMBA, requires local government agencies in California, such as the City of Reading, to meet and confer with labor unions over changes to conditions of employment. This would include changes to health insurance. As prior councils have bargained for and agreed to the benefit information which is specified in our current MOU agreements, the city is currently bound to the terms of those agreements until such time as the city is able to renegotiate during successor MOU negotiations. As a result, staff recommends that council authorize staff to reimburse employees the difference between the co-payment amount authorized by the insurance and subsequently paid by the beneficiary and the amount listed in the appropriate MOU for GLP-1 medications, which are determined to be medically necessary by the city's insurance. As part of this, staff also recommends that council approve a budget amendment increasing appropriations by $36,000 in fiscal year 25-26 and $72,000 in fiscal year 26-27 for the associated cost of reimbursement, which would essentially front the reimbursement costs using cash reserves in the group insurance fund until year end, when a reconciliation would occur to allocate the charges back to the departments based on the usage. These calculations are derived using summary health data from our insurance broker. Currently, approximately 115 beneficiaries are utilizing a GLP-1 medication for non-diabetic reasons. There's no data available to the city which would provide BMI or comorbidity information for these beneficiaries. So as a result, staff are estimating approximately half would meet the medically necessary criteria as specified by our health plan, which would equate to approximately $6,000 per month in estimated GLP-1 reimbursement costs. I'm also available to answer any questions that you may have.
I don't have any questions, but I'll make a motion to authorize and approve items one and, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I do have a question.
Sure.
So the third bullet in this, those who do not meet these criteria have to pay full price or whatever, right? We don't cover it.
They will not cover it, and based on what's proposed today, we would not reimburse them the
Okay,
full
that was
difference
my
because
question.
it's essentially the insurance is deeming them to not be medically necessary, and so the city wouldn't then step in and cover that.
Okay. Well, no, that kind of stuff like, I know we have to align with this, but the second criteria is a pretty tough one. There are so many more indications coming up for these medications nowadays that many of those are not covered by first two bullets now.
Questions that came to mind is on HIPAA, like if if someone has to come to the city and ask for reimbursement, do they come to HR? Do they go to a different person to protect that information? My concern is if they have to go upstairs to HR, that they may be embarrassed or not want to continue using something that they might really find beneficial because of embarrassment or so, but.
That's a great point. So one of the other changes that Prism Health is implementing is they're launching the Digby Health Program, who is going to manage the program and administer any of the weight management medications. And so if an employee provides essentially a receipt, we'll know based on how much they were required to pay if it's medically necessary. So if they pay a coinsurance up of $150 or less, we'll know it was medically necessary and we'll be able to reimburse them the difference between what they paid and what's allowed in their MOU. If it is beyond the $150, then we'll know it hasn't been covered by their insurance and therefore is not medically necessary.
Yeah.
And I'll work closely with finance to determine the best way to process these requests in terms of whether it's submitting a form and just attaching the receipt or whatever documentation we would need to process these reimbursements.
It just feels like we're making it harder for people that really could use this to continue using that. How much of this saves our general fund versus non-general fund dollars?
So initially, there's no immediate general fund impact because we'd be utilizing the cash reserves from our group insurance fund, which is essentially kind of a pass-through account where we receive contributions from departments and employees through payroll to cover health insurance and claims costs. However, when the true-up occurs, depending on which beneficiaries utilize the reimbursement, it would then essentially get reallocated back to those departments. So there's no good way of mathing how much of this will be general fund in the end versus how much will be non-general fund.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like personally, like say we're saving $10,000 of the general fund, but there's an overall benefit to population. I mean,
Yeah.
first I could see value to where we just continue letting people use this, and maybe we missed the mark where some people are abusing it, but on the flip side, other people that really could benefit from it might be more likely to continue using it because of the extra work it takes to get reimbursed or, so that would just be my opinions. If it's not a ton of savings in general fund, then like, it feels like we're causing more harm than help, so.
The estimate, and I don't have the exact number in front of me, but initially when this information was provided by our insurance broker, one of the main reasons why they implemented the change for GLP-1s is the cost. And I may not have it exactly right, and I'm happy to follow up in an email, but I want to say the number that they provided monthly that it cost the insurance to provide a GLP-1 medication was like $800 to $1,000 a month. And so if the insurance isn't covering any of it at all, the difference that the city would pay if we're reimbursing it could be $1,000 per month per beneficiary, which could be a lot more significant than if we focus on the ones that are determined to be medically necessary.
This probably would be a good time to talk again about the company that came to us to talk to us about sourcing our drugs like this. I would, if you guys are interested in that, I think we should have them do an assessment to see if this then could be provided, because we don't have to change anything. It doesn't affect what we currently have. It's just something that comes straight to the employee. If they want to access this benefit, they would get their drugs at a much lower cost. And I think we should go after that if you guys are in agreement, because it would be another opportunity to get lower drug costs for individual, people.
So one of the challenges with having them costed is we do not receive the specific data for the prescriptions from our broker or from Prism Health. All we get is aggregate data.
Yes, you don't need specific.
And so we may not have.
So you don't need
We may not
specific.
have access to the records that they were requesting.
And you don't need that. You do need the aggregate. They need to have to give you an assessment. But what happens is the moment that they fill it one time, the pharmacy is giving them that information because we've allowed it, and they deal directly with just the one person. And I'm already upset that I didn't know that we even offered this, and I really missed the boat on this one. We discussed that. The stuff that they were asking for was not names and that type of stuff, so.
Correct, but the city does not actually own that data. We don't have that data for which prescriptions are being paid through our
Yeah,
insurance.
you don't-
We don't receive it.
Yeah, we
Mr.
don't
Mayor.
need to know that.
And our Prism Health Committee
It-
wouldn't release it to us.
I would suggest this may be appropriate for a separate item.
Okay.
If you
Yeah.
want, you'd
But
request
are you
this
guys
come back
interested
for-
in getting some more information about that? Because they also were talking about reducing our cost by $700,000, which we could really use some
For the
cost
health
savings.
insurance?
Huh?
For the health insurance?
It's just for drugs.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's probably not all general fund, of course, when we think about our RU, Public Works. So there's a breakdown that we don't know.
We're a bit off of the topic that's in front of you
man.
right now, so I just would recommend
talking
this
about
come back.
drugs.
You're killing the
Yeah.
fun here, so.
That is being submitted is that for reimbursement provides as much privacy as possible.
And is it speedy? Do we know the timeline of how long a reimbursement will take, or no?
The first step was getting council authorization
Okay.
to do the reimbursement. The next step will be personnel working closely with finance to develop a process and getting it in place by the first of the year so that we are timely with implementation.
All right, I heard a motion. I don't know if there was a second.
I'll second.
You'll second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Someone voted for me already.
It already
Well, this is
picked.
It's always so weird when that happens.
Amazing. Okay. Council travel
Oh, that's an old one.
reports. Anybody go to
that's
the
an
North
old one.
Pole? Anything like
I
that?
have an
Or-
old screen for the vote.
No, but sorry.
Well, it's,
Go ahead.
No travel reports, so, no?
No.
Nothing there, okay. Suggestions from council members relative to potential topics for future city council meetings?
Why don't
I
you
just would
roll?
want to see them give us that assessment for it's not for your just generic drugs, it's for those it's for stuff like GLPs and that kind of stuff.
I'm good
The
with that.
specialty drugs.
Yeah, specialty drugs, yeah,
Good with
yeah.
that.
We
Which
can
are
have
very
a-
expensive.
I have a thing or two to say about that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure,
I
I'm
have a
sure.
lot of conversations about this.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I gave Steve Bate about a 30-minute dissertation about research around all of those cool drugs, so.
Okay, so we can
I'll
bring
just
that,
tag
yeah,
We're good with that. Anything
to
else?
cooperate with that group and
I have one.
get us
Counselor
a quote.
DeLuca, what do you got?
Could we reconsider that lady's suggestion who spoke about parking downtown? Could we look at that option of providing at least 1 or 2 hours of free parking upfront, and then it can keep rotating? That's something, can we bring this back? And because this is a lot of angst.
We do have a parking update coming up. and I think that might be the appropriate time
Okay.
for
Sounds great.
Public Works to present that.
Okay,
Let 'em-
that's fine.
Let council know what our current status is, and then also maybe
But
bring some options.
I would also like to see when they bring that, to see if they can bring the options. Do we continue with the same thing, or can we modify it to give at least 1 hour free parking or something initially? So those options if they can bring.
And I know that businesses downtown are also looking at validation, and that might be tied to the P-bid. We'll see how that plays out when they agree to the assessment, so it's possible.
Okay.
I am wondering, since we were talking about residential hotels and housing parolees, that sort of thing, if anybody is interested in inviting community agencies who provide housing and provide services in general to a meeting to share about ideas for housing citizens with challenging backgrounds, whether that's a local person or someone from within the area, because I'm sure that that's going to be a follow-up sort of thing. It's not urgent and important. I know we have a lot on our plate, but
I would
after we
just,
do the other
we do that
things.
at home.
I'd love to hear from them.
Well, He's gonna be assigning people to the at-home committee.
I would like them to come tell. It doesn't have to be at
For what
home.
purpose would they be coming? Because we don't have dollars for that, so what,
Or
or do you want to talk about vouchers, which we do?
I want to talk about what are other communities doing?
Oh.
Is there that's why I don't care whether it's somebody within the community or somebody outside of the community. But if housing has anybody that they'd like to recommend or bring in, any sort of systems that are working or ideas that are working for housing those, challenging populations.
And just to clarify, is that presentation not necessarily an action item?
Yes, just a presentation.
But for what, how come?
Because I think that once we tackle all of the you can't be in this section of town, there then is going to be conversations around.
Where do they go?
Yeah,
So demonstrating what other options or providers are providing in the variety of housing that's, whether it's transitional, permanent.
I mean.
I just
At
think the
risk.
entire, yes, I
Okay.
believe
Okay,
where do
we
they
c-
go is gonna be a thing in which that the council then starts getting questions about. So
Okay.
I wanna be
Okay.
informed.
So it'd be a presentation for that. So we have consensus for that.
Okay, that's fair. Anything else?
That's it.
We're adjourned.
Can I ask all of you guys to take a picture? The